yeah, I just remembered.
By the way,
In case everybody didn't know, which I'm not wrong. I don't remember that conversation, and I'm sure I did. I'm sure we did have that conversation, and I'm just gonna throw out there that I'm not wrong. Um All right. Well, welcome everybody to another episode of Adventures in Loxos, Season 2, The Glorious Mini. And yeah. Before we get started, we are having a blizzard here apparently where I live. So if all of a sudden I just drop, that's why. My power went out or something. So tonight's session may just have like a preemptive like stoppage, and we'll just have to pick up from where we left off after that on next session. But we'll go as long as we can. It's so far nothing seems to even be acting like it wants to cut out. So they're saying it's some like crazy what was it, Android? You were telling me they were saying it was like the heaviest fall in decades or something like that.
yeah, in some areas they're having the largest snowfall that they've had in a decade, I guess. In
That's
some areas.
And of all precise recorded history of the time of the world. Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. Like that just means you were still alive the last time I did this. If it's only been decades. It's like I was saying earlier, like show me something the Carpathians witnessed. You know what I mean? And then I'll be like, ooh, that's interesting. But I mean, like when I was a kid living up north, it snowed the first day of spring. So this isn't that fascinating to me, but whatever, I guess, They do that to get people to go out and buy things, because then everybody goes into a panic and things just fly off the shelves, and it's just a marketing tactic like Christmas has become. Black Friday, all that. But anyways, let's get into the intros, folks. Let's get into the intros. Starting from the top. Oh, I want to welcome all you Golden Wonders for joining. I want to thank you, all you Golden Wonders, for joining us on this fine evening for yet another session. I love y'all from my heart and soul, and yeah, let's get going. Starting from the top, we have AGTX the Dragons. Yeah, and he will be playing. He's muted right now, but I guarantee you.
I hate you with my whole soul.
Yep, see, I knew it. He will be playing the Human Slayer, which is a custom class. Slayer / Dragon Shaman. Yep. He is the resident tank. Then we have Icy Hot _2305, who will be playing the half drow Zoltan Heisenberg. And he is a deep druid. That's not your mama's druid. That's not a druid who gets his powers from like the forests and the grassy plains. I almost said the grassy knoll, and then I was like, that's not. Nobody's ever gonna say grassy knoll again and not think that one thing. But yeah, from like fields and things like that. He gets it from mountains and underground and caves and the deep places, the cockles, if you will. And that is why he is a deep druid. Then we have Kassid 69. How you doing today, Kassid?
I'm
Oh.
doing all right. How about you?
Ooh,
You tried. You
yeah,
tried.
I was gonna. I almost had it too. Ooh,
Gabe from Kitchen Splitting.
how dare you? Anyways, and she will be playing Agaricus, the Mycetid Pion Mender. And for those of you out there who don't know what a Mycetid is, they are mushroom people, basically, humanoid mushroom folk. Think lizard folk, only the size of a halfling, and they look like a mushroom. However, Agaricus is a what they call an androgyne within the Mycetid society, meaning that Agaricus is neither male nor female. They are basically what plants or fungi truly are, and that is completely asexual. So, yeah. And a Pion Mender is basically just a little buff machine, just passing out buffs all over the place. Then we have Tempest Inferno, who will be playing Otis Hirokin, a halfling cleric / favored soul / champion of Obot High. And Otis Hirokin is he's actually one of the founding members of the group who had to go away for a while and has returned in typical halfling fashion. You would
Go
not
away to hell.
yeah, well, you would not have a halfling in a group if they didn't just vanish out of nowhere, disappear, and yeah, have an unexpected stay somewhere. Anyways, unfortunately, in his case, it was in the Nine Hells. Yes, but I mean, you wouldn't have a halfling in the group if they didn't just vanish out of the blue and then just return out of the blue, like I'm back, everybody. You know, that's just the halfling's way.
Wait, what? Sorry, I zoned out.
Then we have Android for Risen. Well, Android, who will be playing Android for Risen. The half wood elf bard / paladin, which a paladin in this campaign is more of a prestige class than it is just a regular class. So it's all killer, no filler. / Saint of Corlon Lorethian. And yeah, he is Lord Android for Risen because he's got a manor and all of that. He is the self-proclaimed main character. Unless
it's time to get punched in the face.
Yeah, then it's
Then
you, Quill.
He's like a bitch and hides behind you, Quill.
Yeah, then you, Quill, becomes the main character
out of fucking nowhere.
Yeah, only
Drill and all of a sudden he's not Mr. Important anymore.
Yeah, only when pain needs to happen.
You, Quill, suddenly you're important.
Yeah.
All of a sudden you're very relevant to the story. Ah.
Oh, shut up.
Tiger.
I'm gonna cower.
You chose this life.
You handle this while I cower.
You chose this life. You knew what this was.
We joked about that a while back. It's like I am literally Android's fucking attack dog at this point.
Yeah, I mean, really, yeah. Which is why Android's the main character.
I feel like sometimes I do feel like you Quill's story is a little more dynamic.
Well,
oh yeah.
I don't want to get
Only
off on
the types of different intros that he's doing.
I don't want to get off on a tangent or anything, but Android's story started technically. His story started before Uquill's did, but so by the time Uquill joined the party, Android's story was more into full swing, while Uquill's was just getting started. Android's story has it hasn't come to fruition. It has just met a nice little capstone to build upon. While Uquill's now is at that point where, you're just getting to the, so that's why.
No.
Otis having returned, Now we have his story coming back in, and then we
We
have
don't need that.
we have the mystery of Agaragis, and we have Zoltan, the mystery of Zoltan, which both stories are a mystery at this point. Why is Agaragis here? Don't know. What do they want? Don't know. Zoltan, where does he come from? Don't know. Why does he have an hourglass that warps him out of time and reality? Don't know. Embedded in his chest? How did it get there? Don't know.
No, I'll even say this. Fuck all these stories. There's one story I want to know about, and I will dredge him up from the dead if I have to.
Oh,
Tyrone, hey, Bat.
No, but a good guess.
That was me. Anyway.
Yeah. Mind Doc.
Oh yeah.
there are
I
two
want my
stories.
useless bullet catcher back.
Well, him too.
I miss the person that fell off a cliff and died.
Well, with all that said, I'm I'm your humble DM, Lord Pog, and again, I want to thank you, Golden Wonders, for joining us. And let's roll that beautiful intro, shall we? Doodly 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 doodly.
Better and better each time.
I tell you what, I never get tired of it. All right. So, as a brief recap of last session, you guys were actually going to, you guys were facing off against the Woojin Nani Nani. And in a unprecedented event for the party, you guys chose to take her captive instead of just murder hoboing her, which is kind of unheard of for this group. There's not too many boss battles that you guys get into where you opt to actually apprehend the your opposition, I guess, as it were, rather over, you know, just shooting first and asking questions later.
No, don't fucking pin that all on us, goddammit. I remember a couple of them trying to murder our faces until we died.
Look, I have never said that talking doesn't work. I've never said that. I have said that on many occasions that you can always talk to
on
them.
my face that he was in the mood to talk.
I seem to remember Lucchese Killian was blasting you guys with magic, but the entire time he was doing it, he was trying to talk it out with you guys. He was just doing it, and you guys were like, nope, you've got to go. I seem to recall that.
On my head.
I see. Well, I mean, you know.
Not very nice. I thought that's like getting kicked in the nuts. Oh, we're gonna talk about it though. Let's take a moment and talk about how you inserted your foot in my genitalia.
Like Dave Chappelle said to Norm Macdonald, I was scared.
Words.
But yeah, so you guys apprehended Nani Nani, and Android put pieces together. See, this was all because of an assassination attempt that has, well, it's an assassination plot that has been going on for 3 days that the party has been trying to figure out on the head of the Dragoon High Shaman Mazaru, which Dragoons are like Dragonborn, only a little bit slimmer, and they have wings, and they don't have breath weapons. And they don't, and they're not born of chromatic dragons. No red, white, black, green, blue, nothing like that. They are multicolored. Dragoons are multicolored. They can be several colors at once. But they, as you guys investigated this, eventually the assassination attempt took place. You guys apprehended the assassin, Nani, who also turned out to be a Dragoon shaman who you guys thought was an ally. She was the first Dragoon that, well, she was one of the first important Dragoon that you all met when you first came to the Dragoon Shogunate on the continent of Pangshun. Oh, we just lost you, Quill. That's okay. He'll be back. I know he's driving. When you guys first came to the Dragoon below Shogunate, also known as Long Zi Judo, you all thought her an ally. She even sent you a detective to assist you in the investigation, Lao Di. Android has been putting the pieces together, and he's realizing that this might not have been so much as an assassination plot as much as some kind of greater conspiracy that you can't be for sure who was all involved in. But you guys, correct me if I'm not wrong, Android, you suspect Lao D knows more than he ever let on to. Is that correct?
Lao D especially, yeah. But everybody involved seems to.
Yeah, everybody involved seems to know something, and as a result, the Shogun of the Dragoon, Kara Shin, has actually been removed from his office because they're now under the impression that it was all his plot, and in his place, Mazaru and the ancestors, the 4 dragons, have anointed the new Shogun, Hizaki Koba, in his stead. Otis went to speak with both Kara Shin and not Mazaru, but Aunt Nani down in the dungeon. Nani. Oh, wow.
Who's that, Shin? Shinra Rouge.
I'm getting a lot of feedback in my headset. Like I can hear myself talking.
That's
But
why I switched the
oh,
headset
okay.
close to the mic.
Oh, okay. I was just mentioning it because I don't know how well that's going to transfer over to the recording. But
MP.
something else that has happened though is that Otis tried to use his communication ring, and Otis was gone when you guys discovered the new function of the communication ring, Dot. And what Dot is an interconnecting network for all your communication rings. And the master ring was listening. And you all suspect that it is an enemy, an old foe of yours by the name of Edgar Poe, who you thought died 5 years ago, just before you all vanished for those 5 years. And now you suspect that now that he knows your location, you suspect that he's plotting something. You also have discovered that Toldoth, the primordial, well, you don't suspect, you discovered that Toldoth, the primordial, is actually a god worshipped on the continent of Pangshun, which has disturbed you greatly for reasons that'll take longer than this explanation. But basically Toldoth has been a reoccurring enemy in the campaign. on several occasions. Here, though, on the continent of Pangshun, he's not considered as dangerous. Or he hasn't caused as much of a ruckus as, say, on the continent of Siren, where you all come from. So that has, piqued your interests. Yeah. The party has once again split up to investigate. Android is still investigating this assassination plot because he's not satisfied necessarily with the outcome, which rightfully so. So he is headed to a place called the Pagoda to speak with the governor, whose name is Yokai Izu. So that is where Android is headed. Uquil and Zoltan have gone to speak with Nani Nani and Kara Shin once more. Uquil has already spoken with Nani Nani, and she's given him a lead about Toldoth and who he can speak with, a Koatoan by the name of... What is that Koatoan's name? I really gotta quit introducing so many characters because it's hard to remember everybody's names. Thing Zhou, who is also a shaman, but she also said he's an alienist, whatever that means. So, and now him and Zoltan are about to talk with Kara Shin, while Android and Otis are flying to the pagoda. Now, you listeners at home may be wondering, so where's Agaragis? Well, Agaragis decided to open up their pocket dimension and go into it to do some alchemy, if I'm not mistaken, which was pretty funny when everybody was deciding what to do. They just opened up a door. It is called Lamont's Tiny Cabin, is the spell. And they opened up the door and just walked in, and to everybody's surprise, and then just shut the door. And what that would look like to anybody who's not using the spell is it would look like they literally just tore a hole in the fabric of reality, walked into it, and then shut it. And
It
that's...
looks like mind your business.
Look like mind your business. And that's actually where we're going to start tonight's session, is with Agaragis inside their little pocket dimension, their little alchemy lab. Just as a brief explanation of what this cabin looks like, it is a one-room cabin. It is not like some grand cabin you would find out in the mountains and all that. It is a one-room cabin. You have the front door there, and then on either side of it are windows that allow Agaragis to see out, and they can see everything that's happening, even if nobody can see them. You know, it's like a window. It's like scrying into reality, but they can only see what they are facing, where the door would be facing. There is a singular bed for them to sleep in, a chest on the right next to the front door, and on the far wall is some shelves that are pretty bare. There's not much in there, leaving you plenty of shelf space for decoration should you choose to, and an alchemy set on a table. We're talking like beakers and burners and Bunsen burners and the little windy tube things and whatever that one big bottle in Breaking Bad that he's talking about. He's got that big old bottle. He's like, this is one of those one flasks. It's like a $800 flask. They even got one of those. I just can't remember what that thing is called, but it is massive. It's about the size of Agaragis' head, all in all, not including the actual muffin top for the mushroom. But yeah, and that's where you are, Agaragis. So what is Agaragis doing? Why did they come into their little cabin area?
Agaricus wants to make potions.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
what kind of potions?
I want to make two, one paralyze and one sleep.
One paralyzed potion and one sleep potion. Okay. Okay. Do you remember how this works?
I know I gotta roll and whatnot.
You will have to roll. You will have to roll. You'll also have to have the correct ingredients, which you do have your alchemist's compendium given to you by a friend. So you'll have to, look up the ingredients and get them.
You want me to do what?
Oh, good grief. Okay, so you'll need the components, the ingredients, as it were, to make the potion. So what you do, to save us some time on this, what you do is you open up your compendium, and you get to looking and you find, the paralysis and the sleep, and you walk over to the chest and you pop it open and you reach down in there and you feel this hairy, like almost gangly clawed hand start handing you items into your hand. Like you feel one hand just like hold yours into place as the other hand starts dropping items down into your palm, and the hand in of itself is bony and it's hairy and but it's got claws on it, like long sharp talons, and every time they drop components into your hand, you can feel the claws gently scratch just ever so gently into your palm as they drop the components in there until you have enough, and then you retrieve it. You don't know. Can you what?
Can Agaricus try to like shake the hand before it's all said and done?
You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
if you'll allow it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll allow anything most of the time. Yeah, so Agaricus, just you awkwardly like try to shake the hand of the thing, and as you're doing that, some of the components fall out of your hand just down into the abyss, and you just feel the hand kind of jerk. And even though you can't see the hand or what it's attached to, you can feel the irritation just in its jerky movements, like, hey, what are you doing, And it, like, as you're like trying to shake its hand, it like slaps your hand away and grabs it once more and puts more components down in there, and then closes your palm and then just shoves your hand out of the chest.
I'm walking here.
Like, what are you doing? Yeah. So now you have the components. You will need to roll a craft potion for me. I believe that'll be shoot. I don't know where that is on your character sheet. I want to say it's in the craft, but in the craft section. The craft macaroni and cheese.
Craft alchemy?
Yeah. Do you have that? Yeah. You need to roll that.
Can I equip would Cat's Grace help me in this?
A craft is an intelligence, so no.
The owl?
That's wisdom. I believe it is. What would it be? Owl's wisdom, fox's cunning. I think that's cat's grace, bull strength, bear's endurance. I think it's eagle's splendor is what's going to be your intelligence.
Right. I would like to try that for or to yeah put my mood ring on and
Okay, so you form a gray aura forms around you. You know, it's like you're slightly glowing gray, like 30 feet out around you. So it's not very slight at all, actually. But yeah, you just got this gray hue, and you feel a little bit more intellectual. You know. Suddenly you're like in the mood for reading like some Lord Byron or something. So go ahead and give yourself a +4 to the to your intelligence in the temporary section. Oh, good grief, and you needed that.
Gee.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Now you're just gonna roll the craft and craft alchemy, and yeah, you how many of those potions are you trying to make? Like one a piece or two a piece or what? How many bottles do you have to spare? Do you know?
I believe I have 3 bottles, but I was only going to do 1 of each.
Okay. Yeah, because you should still have like another potion of some sort.
Yeah, I believe so.
Because you use the one potion to summon Cassius. But I don't remember what your other potion was.
And then the other one was invisibility.
Oh yeah, okay. So you still have an invisibility potion, so the Cassius, because you got 5 bottles. Yeah, so you have 3. Because you haven't rejuvenated the other one yet.
Real quick, are there some tools?
Oh, say yes. Yeah, because you do have the tools for it. You are using the tools, correct?
Normal or masterwork?
That's gonna be normal. Can't really masterwork a potion. But that's, that you.
But can you masterwork the tools? I think is what it would be asking.
Oh, I thought it was asking if it was a master. Saying.
I mean, up to DM's discretion, I guess, but I don't.
Yeah, no, you know what? I didn't even think about that. Well, it is your basic. Yeah, just put a +1 in there for that masterwork. Because it is a pretty fancy set there. I mean I went through the trouble of explaining that she had one of those deals from Breaking Bad, for crying out loud. So,
Well,
yeah.
it just says normal or masterwork. You can't put input.
Okay, then
value for
say
masterwork.
yes, masterwork.
Okay.
A 21. And what potion were you trying to make?
That's going to be the paralyzed.
Okay, so you get to throw in the components in there. Some of them are pretty stinky. There's even like a fish of some sort that you've never even seen before. You've seen fish before. Even underground has a type of fish, but they're mainly like albino and blind. This one's all colorful. It's like a colorful orangish yellow and red with like spikes all over it, and these little puffy lips, and you never see, and it's awfully small, but when you throw it in the water and when you throw it in the concoction, I should say, and it reacts to it, it puffs out like twice its size for like a split second, and you watch as all this like venom seems to ooze out of it down into the concoction, and the fish itself just dissolves into like a butter, becomes like a fine coke on top of the concoction itself. And you add in a few other ingredients of a sort, and you turn it around and add some fire to it, and then next thing you know, it bubbles a little bit. It turns into like a purplish red, like a purplish crimson color, and it is good. It is good. And you just into one of your little bottles and pop the cap on it, and then suck it into your skin for holding.
Nice.
Okay, now for the sleep spell, or the sleep potion. Roll.
The craft alchemy again?
Yep. C. Well,
Okay.
yeah. This goes a lot easier than the last one, you know. This one you're kind of feeling yourself on this one, you know. You start adding some ingredients and stuff, and the key component to this one is actually, it's the weirdest thing, but it's sheet music written in a language that you don't understand. But as you spread, like the potion of itself doesn't start off a liquid, it starts off as a paste, and you spread the paste out on the sheet music, and when you do that, you watch as the words burn off of the paper and then burn onto the paste, and then you put the paste back into the bottle and add some random liquids to it, not random liquids, but some liquids to it, and then heat it up, and it burns for a minute, and it turns into this like pearly white color, and then turns completely clear. And you swear you faintly hear like a song inside the bottle for a minute, and then it dissipates. And then you add it to one of your little mushroom containers, little flasks that looks like a little mushroom, and then pop the top back on it and suck it into your body. And you have successfully created a sleep potion.
Alright then.
What would a Garrigus like to do now that they have successfully created 2 potions?
I guess, can I kind of like check my surroundings out and around the my little dimension?
Yeah, I mean, it is just like a 1-room cabin, but what is it that you're looking for in particular?
Just to see if there's anybody like out there. I know that I'm supposed to be waiting, so unless no one's out, like a friend is out there, that I'm staying inside.
Oh, so you're just looking out your window?
Yeah.
Oh, so you look out your window and you see that Android and Otis have gone, and that Uquil and Zoltan are nowhere to be found either. You're looking around, and it's the main throne room of the palace, and earlier it was full of different nobles and ladies, and you know, Mazaru was here, and there was a lot of royal guard and the new shogun, but now it is it's deathly quiet suddenly. There's not a lot of activity, as the room has become pretty empty, save for a royal guard who goes marching by every now and then. But for the most part, there's no one or anything to be seen or heard. Go ahead and roll me a listen. And or spot, if you wish. Now, let me just give you an idea. A spot is a wisdom, and a listen is also a wisdom. So you can change your mood ring at the drop of a hat. You know what I mean? You can like that one is the purple aura. So you could easily just change your aura to purple and then roll for a listen or a spot should you wish. You know what I mean? And I won't worry about you constantly changing it on your character sheet what your +4 is. I'll just add 4 to whatever it is you roll. If you know what I mean? If that makes it easier on you.
Okay, if that's okay with you. Do I roll both a spot and a listen?
You can do both if you want, or you can choose one or the other. It's up to you.
Okay.
You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like. There's nothing that says you can't listen and look at the same time, you know? I use both my senses quite often at the same time.
Do you though?
I mean,
The question is, do you do it well?
I mean, here's my thing, like, you can shut up. here's my thing about that. Here's my answer to that question.
Wow.
Oh, you sure told us.
Yeah, I know I did. I know.
I'm gonna switch my mood ring to is it the owl, I believe?
Yeah.
Okay. And then
Okay, so 24. So 28 for your spot. 17 for your listen.
you,
So you don't really see much going on, you know. Of course, your vision. Well, I mean, no, you don't really hear much going on. What you see, however, is something completely different. You don't really hear a whole lot, but that's because your hearing is a little bit obstructed. You know, you are on the other side of your window, and you are also in a pocket dimension and whatnot. You know, some things are far away, but you do see something quite peculiar that does catch your eye. You see something that you didn't think you'd see again with everything going on. But you watch as a hooded figure goes walking through the main throne room. When nobody else is around, you see this hooded figure go walking through, and you know that they're a dragoon. You've seen this hooded figure before. You thought them to be the Woojin that you were dealing with, the one that its tail came out from underneath their cloak and had the whiskers at the end of them, that the little tendrils, you know, so thin they look like whiskers just floating as if they have a mind of their own, just off the tip of their tail. And you know that it's the same person because they're leaving that trail behind them that you had
snail
slipped.
trail?
Yeah, that snail trail that you had slipped on and realized that it was pure alcohol, you know. And you think to yourself, well, that's weird. I thought we already defeated the Woojin. But this is the Woojin that was. But this is the one that you saw talking with Kara Shin. What do you do? Hello?
Hello?
Did I cut out?
No.
Oh.
I'm kind of unsure. I'm not. That caught me by surprise.
Well, you're not obligated to do anything. Remember, you don't have to follow them. You can just take note of their presence and where they are going.
Okay.
But you don't have to follow them if you don't want to. But I need a definite what are you doing? So I know.
Okay. I think I will stay and watch from where I'm at.
You watch them walk through the throne room. And you watch them for as far as you can. You even like get down from one window and go to the other window so you can track their movements completely as they go walking. And it's like they're approaching the throne. The throne that sits up high on a stage that's like there's like 17 steps on this stage to get up to this mesa, this plateau that the throne sits on, and lining each stair is sets of candles that line all the way up till they just before they meet they stop. They don't line all the way around the stairwell or the stairs because of this stage to leave a path to be able to approach up the stage should they need to. The stage itself is built into the far wall there, and you watch as they approach the throne. And once they reach the stairs, you notice all the flames on the candles start like flickering. But they're not flickering wildly, they're just flickering for a minute as if they want to go out, and then you watch as the flames seem to pool, like bend and point in the direction of this Woojin, as if they're sucking in a deep breath that causes the flames to just naturally point and pull in their direction. And then you watch as the Woojin vanishes into the stairwell, into the stage itself. Instead of walking up onto the stage, they just walk into it, like through it, as if they phased into the structure as a whole. And then the flames just go back to normal. They flicker again for a few seconds and then they just burn normally again.
Huh. Agaricus didn't like that.
But you definitely take note that this is the same Woojin that you saw speaking with Kara Shin that night. The one that supposedly is Nani Nani.
Oh.
That's why Kara Shin was accused of this in the first place. But, now, how can it be, that Nani Nani is down in the dungeons and this Woojin is up walking around freely? I'll leave you to ponder that question as we go to Uquill and Otis.
Okay.
Yes, you guys are. Huh?
Yuko and Otis are not together.
Oh, my bad. Uquil and Zoltan. For whatever reason, I keep thinking that it was Otis and Uquil who went to speak with Karashin, and Zoltan and Android who went to the pagoda. My bad. It is Uquil and Zoltan who are speaking with Karashin now, as we join them down into the dungeons, you know. And we pick up with Uquil and Zoltan approaching his cell, and you can see him just sitting there on his bed, just staring at a wall, you know, just blankly staring at this wall, a look of pure disgust just on his face, but he looks resolved as well, as if he's gone through the 5 stages of grief and he's finally on acceptance, but that acceptance doesn't necessarily mean he has to be happy about it either, you know, as he just stares at this at the far wall, as Zoltan and Uquil approach, and he just he doesn't even take notice of your presence, doesn't speak to you, nothing. He just sits there staring at this wall.
So,
Do what?
what's that? So,
Oh,
like, mostly like at him, you know.
mm-hmm. I gotta
Got a
turn up your.
spark up response.
I gotta turn up your mic. Your mic was down low. I just realized that's why I wasn't hearing you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I was also devouring the last of my food, so I wasn't exactly speaking in it.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but your mic was down.
Bastard.
Yeah, I know.
But yeah, he just simply states so.
When-
Because again, he don't really know shit.
yeah, that's true. So you say so, and Kara Shin just kind of answers with like a grunt. He's like, and then kind of gives you a side eye, and he says, "The honor chosen, winner of the great Jingzhou, honors me with his presence here. What do you want?"
Equal kind of chuckles. He's like, you almost say as it's, what's the word I'm looking for? You almost say that with a certain amount of disdain that I feel like I should be offended by.
Says, "I don't know. If your people hosted a gathering, the most important gathering in all the land, for all the different shogunates, tribes, and mercenary groups to come together and enjoy themselves at, eat your food, drink your drink. If your people gave away their most precious gifts and their champion was a foreigner, would you be feeling so rewarded by your efforts?" And as he says that last line, he turns and looks at you like just boom in your eyes, you know? You could tell just instantly from the look he's got that he's the type who stands on business, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah. Equal kind of just smiles and he's like, look, I get your frustration. Honestly, I do. This is kind of, well, kind of chuckles. He's like, I mean, from what I'm to gather, you and her have dealings. Isn't it kind of ironic? Question mark.
He goes, me and who?
Naughty, naughty.
He goes, I hardly know her. She's a peasant shaman from a peasant village. He goes, believe what you want, though. Because I don't concern myself with what people believe about me.
Unironically, that's the one thing I do believe about you, which makes this all too simple.
Oh, now you've piqued his interest. Says, how so? It's pretty simple, right? I was in cahoots with a Woojin. Nani turns out to be a Woojin who tried to kill Mazaru. I'm the culprit. That was my plan, right? Because though I don't think what the people really need is spiritual guidance as much as a leader who's not afraid to spank their enemies. At the same time, I would be willing to do that and ruin the Jingzhou forever. Just to get my way.
Granted, you come off as a pompous ass. But I've known many, and they don't, even for somebody that I wouldn't say is worth their salt in strategies. This is too simplistic, and well, you didn't get where you are by being a Maroon. So something, yes, feels off.
You know, before I became Shogun, you know, we only had one type of samurai. One type of Sohei. Heck, we didn't even have an entire temple dedicated to the shaman. Our royal guard was pitiful. Now we have royal guard based out of every major city, of every type of dragoon. We have Sohei who handle the roads, and samurai who handle the villages, and so on and so forth. And we have the elite samurai, the elite Sohei. And as much as I don't care for the shaman, I understand how people need they need something. They need to believe in something to help them cope with their existence. But no, I would throw all that away, all my efforts, on a simple assassination plot. Instead of winning a few major wars and showing everybody that, you know, maybe I am a dragoon to be listened to. Says I've spoken to your little friend. I imagine he was your little friend, right? The little one. Spastic.
Oh, Otis, yes.
Fantastic.
I've spoken to him already. I've told him who he needs to speak to. Why are you bothering me? Did you come to gloat like you did at the banquet?
No, I did that at the banquet quite enough. He's. You can see Uquil like. I don't want to say empathizes with him or anything, but he gets it. And again, something is just like it's not. This is not his forte, and he's definitely missing way too much. But again, like this is too easy, even for him. He's just like, it never works out like this. So he's like, look, this is, for all intents and purposes, or was, your land, your people. Why would a country shaman who sent me on this path of, and he does like the air quotes, righteousness, want to kill the shaman? Why would people want to kill the shaman? He's like, granted, let's say for a moment, I believe you do not wish for her demise. And he's like, he kind of rolls his eyes. All right, let's just say for the sake of argument, I really don't believe it was you. Help me help your people find out what's really going on here. He's like, my cohorts have chased leads, and unfortunately a lot of things I guess transpired while I was doing my part. And he kind of shrugs, he's like, and I'm not the best detective. I punch things. It's what I do. But again, something feels off, and a man that seems like he has his pulse on the finger of everything around here. What are your thoughts?
He just kind of he thinks about your words for a minute. You could tell he, without any kind of real facial expression or anything, you could tell he's just contemplating what you're saying. And then he says, I've already sent your friend to the pagoda. He goes, but since that isn't going to suffice enough for you, how about you go and speak with somebody who I'm sure is still in town, because they're going to be displeased with recent events that have transpired here. If you find the Shogun, of Hunjanji-gu, he is
Run that back.
the Shogun of Hunjanji-gu. His name is Tenkai Kao Zu, or Tenkai Sao Zu.
Tenkai Shao Zu?
Sao Zu. Tenkai Sao Zu. That's TenkiCaoTzu. He is the shogun of those lands. He'll be here in town still trying to find out why there's been a usurper, and just deliver this message from me. Tell him idealism won. He'll know what you mean.
Fair enough.
Also, it couldn't hurt to let him know that you're the, and he kind of scoffs a little, but he doesn't do it like real like absurdly, you know. It's rude, but it's not like, you know what I mean. It's not.
That's not overtly.
Yeah, it's not challenging to you. It's just, you know, you can just.
Yeah.
You know, you could tell that what he's saying, it's not necessarily his belief, you know. Tell him you're the chosen one of our people. He'll know what that means too. He may have some thoughts on what to do next here.
Okay. He's like, well, I know as much as this probably annoys you to a degree. And I, again, understand. I guess on the upside, you're not going to meet the same fate Nani's suffer.
Again, it's like I told you. Idealism won.
To be found. Well, if you do get exiled and ever find yourself in a place of needing, it's like, head to Siren, look me up. You do still seem capable, if slightly unbearable at times.
He just goes back to staring at the wall after, you know, that's his only response to that. It's just, He goes back to looking at the wall.
Equal just kind of chuckles. He's like, always infuriating. And then just turns and leaves. So I guess I'm going to go try to find this Shogun. And I go.
As you guys, as you guys are leaving, you and Zoltan leave the dungeon, and as you're stepping out into like the main hall of the palace that leads down into the dungeon, you are approached by the crone. Quill, I don't know if you've ever actually met the crone before.
Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Zoltan has, however. So approaching you is a human woman. First of all, she's human. She's not even a dragoon, and even though her name is the crone, she does not look old and raggedy and, you know, like a witch. Anything that would denote the name crone in general. No, before you is a young, attractive woman, human woman from the continent of Pangshun. She has her hair up, held together by crisscrossed sticks. She is wearing a low-cut dress, and she is just, there's something though that is in her eyes that denotes that she is trouble. Despite her attractiveness, you know that this woman is trouble as she approaches you guys. There is something subtle yet aggressive about her demeanor.
Quill instinctively, he forgets it's Zoltan for like a moment and just kind of like elbow nudges him. He's like, my type of, and he looks over, he's like, and just looks back at her.
She approaches you two, and she looks at Zoltan, actually. She says, well met, Zoltan. I hope you found the information given to you to be helpful in your work?
I bow and reply, yes, all the information I've found has been useful so far.
As you bow, she goes, ooh, and kind of gives you a mock bow too.
Quill whistles lightly, says, Chewie's gonna have your balls.
She looks at you now, you Quill, and she says, and you must be the winner of the Jingzhou, the honored chosen. Correct? She says that, and as she says that, she like touches her index finger first to her like lips, and then she slowly outstretches her hand and delicately like traces a finger down like your chest, your chest armor down to about your torso before withdrawing her hand slowly again and just holding it there, looking you up and down. She says, correct? I don't believe we have met. I am the crone. And she bows to you as well.
One second. Where is my thing? But I'm looking for something here.
Adding another one to the collection, are we?
Don't tempt me. No, that's not the right page. Nah, I shouldn't do that. Quill instinctively goes to reach for his flask that he doesn't have anymore and just pulls out his water skin. He's like, ah, shit. Yeah, that's me. He's like, he puts his hand on his forehead, like trying to like center himself. He's like, That one's not the dragon, that's all you, Quill.
Yeah.
A small part of him almost crept out. Still might, who knows?
She gives you just like a half grin, a little bemused half grin, and then looks back to you, Zoltan, and she says, so the woman that wanted to meet you is here. If you would care to hold an audience with her.
Oh my
Yes.
She says, well, good. Her name is Daime Kurai, which, in your language, I believe just means half-blood. But she's neither half nor one of our kin, so I don't really know why she says that. Why she goes by that name.
Quill cocks his head, is like, one of your kin?
She says, yes, she's not one of us. She comes from...
Not like us.
Yeah, she's not like us. No, she says, no, she is not like us at all. She looks at Zoltan and she says she's more, and she just kind of motions in his direction. You'll see. She says, if you don't mind. And but before she leaves, she puts a hand again against Quill's chest, and then she looks at Zoltan and she says, is he fine to come along with you?
I sigh and I say, I guess.
Quill looks at him with a utter disdain.
She says, fine then. And she you all begin to walk out of the palace, down through the courtyard and into the streets. The walk is, well, you're walking, so it feels like it takes it a little while, but you all can see that the Jingzhou, even though this was the last day, is still in full swing and people are still like partying. And as you walk by, you quill humans, Banzai, Koatoa, Nezumi. I mean, all the different denizens, some Dragoon. I mean, they're all looking at you. They're like, "Hey, Honor Chosen!" And they're, running up to you and they're being like, "Yo," handing you like an ink and some parchment. And they're like, "Yo, let me get an autograph." Like people are. She just kind of looks at you while this is going on. She just kind of nudges, the crow nudges you, Zoltan, and she says, "He is bringing a lot of attention to us."
Yep.
With that reply, she just, fine.
Yeah, Yuko's just signing autographs, and he's just like, "So, you're like the others we met." And then he looks at Zoltan, he's like, like her. And he, like, implying the one from down under.
From down yonder.
She says, "Oh, I'm not." She says, "I'm 100% human, born and raised in Longzi Judo."
Yuko keeps like kind of waving and then like kind of like trying to keep people away.
Before you get a chance to step away, you hear a very familiar voice say, "Buddy, is that you? Oh my gosh!" And you look, and up comes running up comes running Kung Po, the panda bear man, the Fang Zhang. He just comes barreling towards you with his arms all open as he grips you in like a big old bear hug and just picks you up off the ground and just ragdolls you for a minute. He's like, "Buddy, you're okay."
Baby Jesus.
I'm gonna have to pull a famous android and teach the nose of my bridge. The bridge of my nose. I spoke.
No, you said it right. You said it right the first time.
You nose in my bridge.
Yes. Everybody gives him a round of applause.
I speak in dyslexic. Hope y'all know this.
I speak in cursive.
Exactly.
He lets you down, and as he lets you down, he says, "Look, I'm okay. No longer poisoned, and don't worry about Lord Daifu. They found him. He was buried, but they got him out."
Well, I guess all's well that ends well.
He goes, "What are you doing? You want to go get a drink or something?"
He just kind of pats him on the arm. He's like, "No," and he's like, here's what I'll do." And he takes an autograph he was signing, signs it, and he says, "From you, Quill, free drinks on the house from the honor chosen to his friend Poe," and hands it to him. He's like, "I'm sure somebody around here will honor that."
He takes it in his hand and goes, Holy crap! He goes, "Yeah, they're gonna honor it, or I'll sock them in the mouth." He goes, "Hey, I'll be down at the tea house later. Come look me up, okay?"
All right, sounds good, buddy.
He goes, "All right," and he pats you on the back with that big old meaty hand that like lurches you forward. Just, like Yuko is not used to knowing somebody that can just kind of manhandle him like this, and
yeah, he's just kind of like, "Oh, Jesus."
And Poe doesn't even do it like aggressively. It's all done, out of love. He's just whap. He's like, "All right, buddy." He looks.
Yuko shakes his head and he's like, "Jesus Lord."
He stops and looks at the crone and Zoltan for a minute, and like for the first time ever, you see this like kind of an aggressive look just appear on Poe's face because of the way the crone's looking at him. And he goes, "What are you looking at, you Koatoa mother?" He goes, "Keep looking at me like that, I'll yank your legs off and eat them both in front of you." And then he just turns around and walks off.
Yeah, Yuko's laughing. He's like, "Well, I think he likes you."
She just kind of clears her throat. She's like, That's a Feijong for you. If they're not eating, they're fighting. If they're not fighting, they're sleeping.
I was like, well, me and Poe happen to drink quite a bit. You should get to know him. He thinks about it for a second. He's like, you probably shouldn't get to know him. God forbid he gets his hands on you. Anyways.
She's like, no, thank you. I don't cavort with the help.
He just laughs. He's like, he'll keep you warm in the winter.
She does not dignify that with a response. She just turns on her heel and looks at you, Zoltan, and goes, shall we continue? If your friend is done being a superstar?
We shall.
This is very well then.
Yeah, Yuko's being dramatic in the background.
Yeah. You guys continue on down.
Take a little attention from a female and see what happens. Oh, Lord.
Eventually, like you guys are no longer going through like main streets. You're now walking through alleyways and things like that. Alleyways here though aren't like what you're used to, Uquill. You know, the alleyways here, they're basically only alleyways because they're not as wide as roads. You know what I'm saying? But they're not really alleys at all. They're just more narrow streets that run in between different shops and things like that. But they're still fairly populated until you get to like a more drab part of town. As you guys are walking, you can hear thunder and lightning start to crack and thunder rolling in as cold rain begins to faintly drop. And when that happens, the crone holds out her hand and catches a few drops, and she says, rain? This early? And she looks over her shoulder at both Uquill and Zoltan, and she says, something is off with the weather.
I'm slowly
points his
looking
finger.
at the ground. I'm slowly looking at the ground.
She says it's as if it's as if the elements are not communicating. She says, huh.
Uquill is avidly giving Zoltan the big glary eyes, like, I wonder what that could be.
Yeah.
Shut up.
She just like shrugs after saying this to you though and says, well, no matter. We're on to business.
Mm.
And
Yes, no matter.
eventually she Zoltan, you've been here before. Eventually she takes you to her home, her domicile, which is just a little hut with the the square paper walls and kind of a triangular shaped top to it with the clay tiles on it. She takes you up the steps of her deck and slides open her front door, and inside there you see a girl dressed in the silken garbs of a natural born person of the continent, but her hair is stark white and it's up in a bun, and her skin is a dark ashen gray. And you know her instantly to be a drow. Both Uquill and Zoltan, both of you know her instantly to be a drow woman. Because you've seen enough drow now, which is not a common sight here.
Yeah, Uquill just looks at Zoltan and he's like, that's a real one, huh?
Mm-hmm.
She adjusts her silken robe that she wears with the lotus pattern and cherry blossom on it, and she looks at you at both of you for a minute, and then she locks eyes with you, Zoltan, and she says, "Ah, cousin, come in. It is time we meet."
Cousin.
Nani?
Wait a minute, I don't know my family.
We're gonna switch over
Dang
now.
it.
We're gonna switch over
Don't
now.
you hate that?
I say equivalent in Draconic was just like that's becoming like his you know how Spanish people like default to Spanish?
Yeah,
Like so he just instantly goes to Draconic, he's like, the fuck?
yeah.
Except his is like very more what's the word? Not the proper.
Right.
Equal's gonna fuck your cousin.
Yeah.
Like I
Better
said,
watch out.
Sweet home Alabama.
Mm-hmm. I had a half, I never had a full.
Well, I didn't say it in the description, but she is extremely attractive.
Most drow women are.
Yeah.
That kind of goes without saying.
Well, but we're gonna switch over to Android and Otis now, who are currently riding in a fancy rickshaw, being pulled by a Fen Lung, which Fen Lung in translated to your guys' tongue means wyvern, and or a Shen Lung. My bad, not Fen, but Shen. A Shen Lung, which translates to wyvern, and you know, it looks like a dragon, but it's a little bit more squat. They are large animals, but they're squat and they only walk on two legs. They're like scaled chickens, basically. They don't even have like hands and arms. Their arms and hands are built into their wings in of itself, and they just walk around on two legs, and they're not intelligent per se as dragoon or dragons or dragonborn are intelligent, but they're not wholeheartedly stupid either. They have like the kind of intelligence a horse has, as it were, you know, very instinctual. And you guys are there with oh man, I can't remember this guy's name to save my life.
Yokai.
Yeah, Yokai Izu, the governor, as the Shen Lung pulls the rickshaw. It's gonna be about a 2-hour long trip to the pagoda, but as you guys are flying, you hear thunder begin to roll through, and lightning.
Oh no.
And a slight rain begins to happen, and you guys just watch as Yokai looks up and goes, "Oh, rain? I didn't even bring the top because I wasn't expecting this. How strange weather, it's come so soon. It is like the elements are not communicating with one another anymore."
What does that mean exactly?
He looks at you, Otis, and he says, "Ugh, the people of these lands, not just the dragoon, but all of them on this continent, we have a certain kinship with the elements. A lot of our powers are derived from them. The shaman, the Wujin, even the Shujinja, we're all elemental creatures, really. We get a lot of our abilities from them. And this just feels off." And he says, as the rain is just a drizzle right now, but it is enough to kind of get you guys, wet. You're not soaking yet, but you're getting wet out there,
Android is thankful for the rain, hiding the fact that he's like sweating and clamming up,
Yeah, well, after
He's
you
like,
said
oh
that,
shit. He's kind of
After he
fidgeting
said-
around a little bit.
sorry. Yeah, after Yokai says all that, Otis is going to turn to Android just to shrug, like, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, Otis don't have a fucking clue.
No, an android is being notably quiet.
Otis, you could see, even with like, you know, I don't want to sound insulting about this, but you know, Otis can be pretty hyperactive at times, and there's just times where he doesn't pick up on social cues, you could say, you know. But in this one instance, Otis, as you're talking to Android and saying that, you can see Android's visible discomfort. You take notice of it. But
Otis is going to lightly punch Android in the arm and be like, you got some explaining to do.
Yeah.
Does he like say that out loud?
No, but he's going to give you the look as if to say so.
Okay.
Yeah, just punch. Yeah, Android, he's kind of punches your arm and he's just glaring up at you. You just see this little halfling face underneath his helmet just glaring at you.
Yeah, Android just kind of jumps a little bit and it's just kind of like, yeah. It's a problem everywhere, I've noticed recently. And kind of, you know, scratches his cheek a little.
Solar is flying alongside the Shenlong, and he kind of lets himself fall back to fly alongside you, Android, and he just kind of whispers, does this have something to do with the thing that you all did?
It's Otis Ferris too.
It's about that time. It's about that. Yeah, before
Okay.
you even have a chance to even discuss it any further, Yokai just looks and says,
Heard me.
it is very rude to whisper amongst yourselves when you're in company. Just an FYI.
I was just looking
My
at like,
apologies.
So Solar goes flying back up alongside the Shenlong. He's like, you could see though, like you see this look grow over Solar's face when Yokai says that. Like, he doesn't look upset. Well, he does, but he's not like, hey man, shut up or anything. He looks like, oh
Right.
gosh, he's right. Oh, I can't believe I did that. That is rude.
It's
you
like
know?
it's like when your friend gets you in trouble for talking in class. You know,
Yeah, he's just kind of
it
like,
was,
oh.
it was him that was talking. It wasn't even me. I was just listening.
Yeah. Yeah, but basically, yeah, that's kind of how Solar looks. He's just kind of like, oh man, oops. That's rude. That is rude. I can't believe I can't believe I did that, you know? And he kind of, but he gives you like a look over his shoulder at you, Android, and like, oop, sorry. And then flies forward to be with the Shenlong once more. Pretty soon, eventually you all, well, while you're flying, is there any other conversation that you all strike up with Yokai at all? Just out of curiosity before I move the scene on further.
oh, how long you been governor?
He says, oh, well, says it's a funny thing you should ask. I took over from my father, who took over from his father.
Yeah, well, he's saying this. Otis is going to lean toward Android, like, I really don't care. Just whisper.
Android just closes his eyes slowly. You know, like says nothing, just closes his eyes slowly. Steals himself, you know.
You can hear Yokai. He's like, it's been a family tradition that the Izus have been the governors of our lands for generations of long Judo. The Yokais have the Izus have been the governors once again, his father took over from his father, and so on and so forth. I myself have been a governor for 100 moon cycles now, and I do so enjoy it. I do most of the time. And finally, you all, yeah. He says, well, our lands have been troubled here as of late, as you can see. And I don't mind telling you that the presence of foreigners in a Jingzhou is unheard of. We have not had foreigners, let alone a foreigner, compete in the Jingzhou under the banner of the Dragoon ever. And I don't mind telling you that some might consider this a bad omen, your presence being here, and the fact that he won. You all have caused some to worry, perhaps needlessly, but worry nonetheless. He just looks at you, Otis, as you say that. Just, he's like, and then he feels like he should have more. He like, you could see on his face that he feels like he should have more to say, and he's just like, well, times are changing, as they say. But some may be more apt to fighting change than accepting it. And perhaps that is the omen that you all bring, is change. And then he looks pleased with himself for adding that little bit as he looks down at you, Otis.
Otis just had the stone blank face looking at him.
I think Android looks pleased. It's like he came to the conclusion that Android himself had come to, like, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Only bad to some sort of thing, like, that's right, the way of things.
Yeah.
Right on, man.
Yeah.
Otis just looks bored.
Yeah. He like looks at you, Android, and sees that you're just kind of nodding in agreement with like a, like, yeah. And he's like, And he looks down at Otis, who looks completely bored, just stone-faced bored. And his expression goes back to that, like he just kind of, he just kind of eyes you, Otis, like, what do you want from me, kid? And then, like, before he has a chance to do anything else, he just looks and he goes, oh, and here we are now. And you guys are landing now at the pagoda.
Otis claps.
The pagoda is a fine estate. It is a large house, with, that layered, sloping, triangular, rooftop on it that is tiled, and it plateaus at the very top. It is completely flat up top, and it layers and comes down into like fine points as it ruffles out, like kind of like a flower does when it opens its buds. Only think of a flower that is completely bloomed, but at the tips of its petals it curls out a little bit, with a large wooden deck out on the front of it. This is not this house in particular is not made out of the rice paper, the rice paper squares with the wood. No, this is all completely solid clay. The only thing that is the rice paper squares and wood is in the square checkerboard pattern is the door. And this house looks like it's big enough that it could easily house 20 people. From the top of it, you could see that there's the front of it, and then it actually there's two walls that lead from the back of it, stretching out into a fine courtyard that looks like it has like a flower garden of a sorts in it for meditation. And then to the back there is another housing structure there. The front of it, you can see that there's a small farm and what looks like a distillery. As he comes landing, and you see, as you guys land, and you see two other dragoon come out to meet the pagoda, or come out to meet the rickshaw. One is the red and gray one is red and gray charcoal scaled, and the other is the blue crystalline, blue and white with the crystalline look to them. Both have large, mighty wings, and they don't look. They look like they. Oh. How am I trying to explain this? They're large. They are well built and fit men. They are fit men, really. Dragoon males who look like they've developed quite the physiques from years of farming and perhaps bodyguard work on the pagoda, at the pagoda. And they come out to greet you all. Yokai looks to you guys and he says, "Oh, these are my workers, Hayukin and Jing Shen." Hayukin being the red and charcoal scaled, and Jing Shen being the bluish crystalline. As they approach, and they just bow deeply, letting their wings drape the floor as if they're wearing capes. And they're like, "My lord, we hope that all went well." Says, quite, Hayukin. He motions to you, Otis, and you, Android, and he says, "These are two guests that I have brought back with me. Android Farizan and Otis Hirokin." Did I get that correctly?
Correct.
Uh-huh.
Jing Shen, the crystalline one, he looks at you, at Otis and you, Android, and he's like, "Foreigners." It's when Yokai snaps his fingers at him and he says, "We don't allow rude talk to guests." Jing Shen bows his head even deeper. Says, forgive them. They're country folk. They're not used to how would you say in your language? Aristocratic behaviors?
Yeah, that's about right. Android kind of, thinks, he's like, "Yeah, that's right." And he's like, "It's quite all right, and no problem. I understand." He just turns to them and bows, trying not to be rude.
Hayukin, the red gray, he looks at you, Otis, and he's like, "What are you? I have never seen a man that little before."
I will kill you where you stand.
He kind of flinches and acts like he's like getting ready to like draw a weapon or something, and Yokai says, "Enough. Tend to the Shenlong, and as me and my guests retire to the Tranquility Garden." It's like, by the balance of Primus, I just don't even know sometimes with these two. About this time, the rain is starting to fall even heavier, and he goes, "Ooh, we better Well, we better get indoors instead of to the garden.
When we first got here, didn't we see like beings of lightning cast down from the sky and start fighting or something?
Are you asking him? Are you
I'm
asking
I'm
me?
asking you, because it was something like that. I just can't remember the
Yeah,
details.
you
was
did.
Clouds fighting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, cloud
I think
giants. Yeah.
I think Android's gonna say something about that and be like, "Does this have anything to do with, the lightning beings that were fighting each other and your planes?" I know nothing about, your culture.
The Fang Bao Jurin?
It's like if you say so. He's like, when we first got here, we saw some giant lightning sorts of beings that looked like they were. It was almost like they were playing in the fields, but I mean, boy, was it sure terrifying to us.
Says, yes, that was almost a week ago, wasn't it? That was just before the Jingzhou, wasn't it? I remember that storm. Yes, that was a peculiar storm too. Usually the Fang Bao do not come out this time of year to play. What is how would you say, toss? They don't catch this time of year. That's what they were doing, right? Tossing their lightning from one to the other, playing. Yes, it's a game to them. They like to come out in weather like this, and he says, but they are just creatures of element. They no more control the weather than the weather controls them. They just ride on the storms. He goes, we often don't get them on the flatlands. They're usually in the mountains. That's a safe place for them to play their games. He goes, once upon a time ago, when my father's father,
Sister's cousin, uncle's nephew's niece.
when he was the when he was the governor,
Otis actually lets out a groan.
he like when he was the governor, and Otis lets out that groan, and he just stops. Yeah, he stops and looks at you, Otis, for a minute, and then goes.
Sorry, I had something in my throat.
He goes to speak again, and then just stops and looks at you one more time, and then he goes back. And he goes back to speak, and he's like, when he was governor, they did play their games on the flatlands, and many a dragoon and whatnot died driving them out, and eventually so the story's told, their father, as he's known, Fang
At
Titan.
this point, Otis' lost interest is now wandering off.
Yeah.
Android is like actually listening intently.
Yeah, their father, Fang Titan, or at least he's called their father, Fang Titan. How would that translate into? Weird air weird. He eventually, or so the legend goes, the peoples of the land struck a deal with him that they would only keep to the mountains to play their games. It's said that his throne is just there, and he points over to the Dragon Scale Mountains, which is to the west of where you are at the pagoda. So it is the mountain range that you could see easily when you were in the Forgotten City, you know? He points in that direction, though. The same mountain range that Ma Zaru sent her two sons Yin and Yang to search for Fang Titan, you know? he says, yeah, it's legend has it that his throne or his seat or his abode is over there somewhere. He goes, I've never seen him myself, and for all I know, he's just a story told to young children to scare us out of the mountains. I mean, honestly, him and his are not the scariest things in those mountains. The Mukade. Now that's scary. Those are,
yeah.
yes, especially their mother, Omukade. Now that's a legend I could tell you about. But you didn't come here to talk about the Beijing or the Omukade or the Mukade or any of that, did you? You came here for a different reason, didn't you?
Yeah, fair enough. You're right. Business is business.
He looks over at Otis, who's just like wandering off, just looking at things now, and he goes, and besides, I think your friend is becoming quite restless.
If we don't move every 3 seconds, he will be.
Says, I see.
You
Well,
know what I'm saying?
he says, I see. Well, with that, he bows, but he like bows swiftly, like, you know what I mean? He's like, well, then let's adjourn to inside and get out of this rain. And when he says that, you hear just a loud well, thunder and lightning crash. He goes, I swear he says, I swear it though, there is something wrong with the elements. He goes, I can feel it. And with that, he turns and guides you all inside his home. He says, oh. He goes, here, let's just stay in the seating area. We won't go back into the living quarters. I don't feel like traveling through the garden right now and getting wet again. With that, he snaps his fingers and he's like, fix us a fire. With that, the two enter in and they begin a fire as he motions for you all to sit on pillows on the ground. He says, while they are making the fire, go ahead and sit. Would you like something to drink? Maybe some fire wine to warm your bones or water. I have juice also from the plum.
Otis hears fire wine. He's like, ooh, what's that?
Says, oh, ha ha ha. And he just like wags his finger at you and smiles. He goes, you have never tasted the fire wine of Pang Shun?
I've never heard of it.
He didn't get to celebrate in the festivities. He just arrived late yesterday, I believe.
I was like, oh yeah, you don't know. I came from hell.
Yeah, he came from hell.
Literally.
Literally.
He just looks at you and he goes, which one?
One of the one of them.
One of them. I don't know. I wasn't really conscious while I was down there.
Your flex does not work here, peon.
He's like pouring the fire. He pours some fire wine into a goblet, it's a clay goblet, but it's finely decorated. It's been fired and it's nice. It's fancier than the ones you've seen so far. It's got like ornate designs on it and whatnot. He says, oh. He says, well, there's a misconception with some cultures that there is only one hell. But we of the Dragoon know to a fact that there are 9. And the language used for them is not Draconic or even the similar common tongues of the lands. No, it comes from a language known as Infernal. He goes, I know I sound like a know-it-all, and I am so sorry. That's from me being schooled my whole life. You know, it takes a lot of knowledge to be a governor. You have to be able to pop off with useless information from time to time. It's habit from having to go to parties and things like that and such all the time. Says, I'm sorry. Yes, fire wine, and he hands it to you, Otis.
Says, yeah, I really couldn't tell you which level I went to. You see, when I was cast down there, my soul was separated from my body, so I actually do not know. I just know I was there.
And you just got back?
Yeah.
Says, I'm surprised you're in such high spirits. Such a strange race yours is.
Eh?
Because usually when one has been in the 9 for however long you were in there for, there is side effects. It can be melancholy, it can be physical, it can be spiritual and mental.
Otis kind of freezes and kind of looks at Android. He's like, I wonder if that, what I was shaking was that.
You mean your little spasm? It could
Yeah.
be.
Oh boy.
As
Well,
he's saying,
it's at least only happened once.
as he's saying that to you too, Android, you're, from what he Yokai Izu is saying also, you can only think of the fact of like you're the melancholy that you've had here recently as well, knowing what you know about your time.
Punch in the forehead from the inside of the back of my head.
Yeah, basically.
What?
Like your personal trauma that you've been experiencing here as well as lately as well. Whilst Otis's does seem to be more of a physical ailment, yours seems to be more of the mental or spiritual that Yokai is speaking of. He says, well, it's a nasty bit of business, the 9 Hells, and I sure don't ever plan to visit. Although I do hear that the first level of the 9, the one that they
A big bitty bricks. Sorry. Thought I was muted. My bad. I'm just vibing, bro. I'm just vibing, bro.
He says the first level, the one they call Avernus. I've heard that one is kind of like a resort that people who are capable of traveling these different realms go to that level all the time. That is
Isn't that where Otis and my dog went that one time?
Yes.
Or was that a different level?
That is the level. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I've been there.
He just kind of flinches and gets quiet for a few minutes and goes, so about this fire wine.
What's wrong?
He goes, all the shogunates and tribes here in on the continent, they all make a version of the fire wine, but only Long Z Judo makes the finest fire wine. I mean, in my opinion.
Otis is gonna take a whiff of it.
The Yakuzan would argue with that, but theirs is more abrasive, while ours is more delicate, like a flower petal, gently resting on the eyelids while you are sleeping.
Otis takes a whiff of it.
You take a whiff of it. It's you get like there's like a spicy smell to it, you know.
Takes a whiff of my Hershey Kiss.
It's not spicy as in the sense of like apple cider spicy, you know what I'm saying? Like it's not apples. It's not cinnamon. There's just maybe like a hint of honey and something involved in there, but
an origin?
maybe not even it almost honestly at the end of the day it smells real flowery, you know, almost like a perfume, but appetizing. not overpowering.
Otis takes a sip.
Yeah. It's delicious. But it does knock you for a loop for a minute there. It does. It tastes like you just ate a flower petal. But there's like a sweet rice taste to it. Mixed with
immediately just downs it.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. So considering Otis's stature and how long it takes for anything to travel through his blood system, that one drink already has the room kind of rocking a little bit. And he's like, and as you take a sip, he's like, yes, take in the aroma. Taste the delicious cinnamon.
He's three now.
Yeah, exactly. Taste the delicious cinnamon, and then you start doing that. And he goes, or do that. Yes, that'll. You're just like, oh, and he's like,
that was fucking delicious.
He looks at you, Android, and he goes, he may need help walking here in a minute. So, what questions did you have? What did you He's just like searching now. He's like, what do you need of me? How can I be of help to you?
By the way, I really like this goblet. Can I have it?
Oh man.
He kind of eyes you, Otis, and then goes back to looking at you, Android. He's like,
I didn't hear a no.
He goes, no, that was my mother's.
Oh, bad.
Nice. Fine china.
China number one.
Oh, I get the joke.
Question mark? Like fine peng shin?
Yes, it is.
Is that what we call it?
Yes, she had she had all of it. It's a part of a set. It is custom. Yes. He goes, but you did not come here to talk to me about my cookery.
Cookery.
Right.
You
What?
talk about Karashin.
Yeah, Kavrashen, that's his name.
Shimmerka.
Yeah.
Come.
So, I'm sure it's no secret to you that Carl Roshan was arrested. We are still further investigating the matter, following up on loose ends, and certain leads. I spoke with Carl Roshan, and he told us that if we want to know more, if we wanted to dig further, to speak with you at the pagoda. Yeah, so that's what we're here to do. We're hoping that you'll be able to tell us whatever it is that you know about the situation.
As you're explaining this, his arms cross over his chest and he turns his back to you and begins to look out a window, letting one hand grasp his chin and stroke it as if he has a beard, as he listens with his, and when you're done, you hear him just kind of mumble something under his breath. This is why you don't involve foreigners. They don't know when to quit. He turns around and shoots a magnet missile at both of you. No, I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Yeah.
Android is kind of like, well, I just, if everybody is satisfied with this outcome, I know when to leave well enough alone. I just wasn't sure that was the best outcome for everybody. I don't know about your social politics and the current lay of the land in that way. So, what really is best for the people? That's kind of what I'm trying to find out, I guess, if I'm gonna shoot you straight.
I'm actually gonna roll something real quick here. Simply because it's gonna determine something.
Well, I'm gonna counter roll.
If it were gonna put you in any kind of danger of the sorts, or let me put it like this: if it was gonna require like a fight, I would have you counter roll.
I'm just being a dick.
Oh, I was gonna say this is a personal decision for him.
Yeah, no, I'm just being a dick.
All right, that's high. All right. So he does magic missile. No, he listens to what you're saying, and you watch his shoulders kind of jump just ever slightly as he realizes you heard what he mumbled under his breath. And then he lets his hand drop from his chin and just cross back over his chest, letting his arms as he slowly turns to face you both, and he says, I suppose it won't do me any good to lie or attempt any chicanery, since I feel that for whatever reason you both are good at what you do. Your whole group is. I was getting information from non-chain farms about you. I've been receiving information about it for the last few days, from the last time you were from when you were there. You sure had you had an associate of mine quite worried, I might add, because we thought you were on to us, and in your own way, I suppose you have stumbled upon our little dealings by pure accident. Karashin, and though I don't know what his intent with the funds were, he never let us know. He's been bankrolling an idea that he's had by assisting us in some bootleg fire wine. I told you.
Paid out. Android offers.
He says, oh, so you know about Boss Kappa then? He says this was completely under his nose. He was none too happy about it when he found out. If it had been anybody but Kara Shin spearheading this, they probably would have been sent to one of the 9. Probably the coldest one, for that matter. The one where people are skinned alive and have to push blocks of ice up a hill until their legs are nothing but stumps, just to have to do it.
The one I was in.
Just to have to do it all over again.
Yeah.
Yes. Do you say that to him? Oh, so the one I was in, or do you just?
No, Android just kind of shudders.
He says yes. He takes note of your shudder, but he thinks that you're just shuddering because of his description. You know what I mean?
Right.
He says, yes, Stygia is no place to be. Goes, the 5th is one of the worst.
He called it Stygia?
Yep, the 5th, Stygia. Says,
I'm gonna just note that. Android's just gonna be like, he's gonna be like, so, Kalra Shen, so Kalra Shen pissed off Boss Kappa by running an operation under his nose. Is that what I'm to understand? That's who you know is Kalra Shen?
From what I understand, Boss Kappa made a deal with somebody else, who we have no idea. Boss Kappa is kept it pretty under wraps until he says that the details are finalized. And my personal associate, you met him. He wore a green suit, green scales with the dark shadow. You and him had a run-in at the banquet. He bumped into you and told you to watch yourself.
Right.
Yes, he and Kung Aoki and a few others are going somewhere to live somewhere now to sell the fire wine, broadening our horizons, as he says it. But I don't know.
No way.
He says I don't know the details, but that was his power play on Kara Shin. As I said before, if it had been anybody but Kara Shin, Kappa would have sent them to Stygia a long time ago. But because it was Kara Shin of all people, even Boss Kappa knows that Kara Shin is not one to be trifled with. For all his faults and all his bluster, he is a capable warrior, an intelligent general. He was bootlegging the fire wine, but not for the fire wine of itself, but for the mash, selling it to different lords and ladies so they could do their little woojin techniques, at high prices. He was bankrolling something. He had something in mind for that money, but what that was, I have no idea. And he's effectively been cut out, but somebody wasn't happy about it. Somebody found out something. And he has been, and then he kind of whispers, he's like, between you and I, he's been framed. There is no way he would have tried to murder Mazaru. He had no love for her, but he wouldn't have tried to murder her. If anything, he would have just tried to find a way to make her lose face in the eyes of the people, so they would look to him as their savior, not her.
So what's the motive? He kind of thinks about it. He's like, I've heard that there's that he's not viewed very favorably amongst the people, but is he like a better of the evils than what we're currently being elected into? Is he deserving of exile?
He's like,
I guess is what I'm getting to.
You mean over Hizaki?
Sure.
The new shogun? Hizaki Koba?
Yeah.
He says, oh no, Hizaki's a fine dragoon. Very, very young, upstanding, highly moral. He's a bit of an idealist, but he's a dragoon of the people. It depends on who you talk to. Personally, I had no problem with Kara Shin. For all his bluster and arrogance, he depends on who you're talking to. If you're wealthy, you had no problem with Kara Shin. He kept the wealthy wealthy. Oh, sure, he would pretend that it was the wealthy's fault that the people were in dire straits. And we all knew this, but we didn't care. I mean, what do we care what the peasants think? At least that's me. I'm a government official. I'm just playing the game, if I'm being honest with you. But the actual nobles, the lords and the ladies, they could care less what the peasants think. So they don't care if they're taking the blame for things. What do they care? They're still wealthy at the end of the day. No?
Hendrik kind of sucks his teeth and shakes his head, and he's like, it's just all so dirty. He's like, I guess I should get used to that when dealing with money, but I don't know. Says, what do you think? Do I let it go? Let me just ask you as a man to man, in a sense. Do you think it's more trouble than what it's worth? What of nani, if it is as you say, and that it was set up, that he's been framed, do you suppose that nani went into this with the intention of being executed at the end of it? I mean, surely she would know the cost.
Says Hizaki, if you talk to the common dragoon, the village folk like Nani about Hizaki, they all love him because he wants to make he wants Long Z Judo to be a great shogunate. He says he's all about the people. She would not have done it without knowing what was going to end up happening. She's an idealist as well. He goes, as far as this goes, I cannot answer that for you, Android, on whether or not you should let this go or not. That is not something I can answer for you. He says, I what I can tell you is if you feel like the truth must be had regardless, then you already have the answer. But what I can tell you is that the ancestors have already spoken. Hizaki will remain shogun. Kara Shin, however, his exile may not be as harsh as a result. But Nani, her fate is sealed. Because regardless if it was a setup or not, she still tried to assassinate Mazaru.
Correct.
So what's going to happen to her is going to happen to her. Regardless of that.
Andre just kind of sighs and he's like, well, I believe I've found the answers I was seeking. I apologize for taking up your time, and thank you for, having me in your abode, as it were. He's like, I'll have to speak with my associates before I come to a decision.
Says, if it helps, not every shogun we've ever had was great, or even good, if that's a word you need to use. He says, but regardless, they were still our shogun for that time. And every single one of them, even if most of what they did wasn't good, or even helpful, they still accomplished something beneficial. Every one of them. I was unsure of Kara Shin when the ancestors made him a shogun, but I still bowed the knee. Hizaki, he is young and he is an idealist, and because of that, he may be easily played at times. I hope not. I hope he sticks to his guns. Because he doesn't come from what we Dragoon would call pure stock.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't
Sorry.
he-
I think I see.
he doesn't have ties to any of these lords and ladies. He's self-made. So he doesn't have promises to make or keep with anybody. So I hope he remembers that. He can do whatever.
Android just kind of thinks about that carefully, actually.
He says, so I hope he remembers that. I hope he just sticks to his guns. But regardless, the ancestors chose him. So I will bow a knee to him as well, because I am just a governor. My job is the day-to-day funds. If I'm being honest with you, it's my job to keep the secrets. And I'm sort of a glorified advisor. A liaison, as it were, I think is a word you would use.
Cool.
Says, yes, I just run around and handle all the things that Hizaki is too busy to handle while he's out running around being a hero.
Android just grins.
How long before the fire wine takes effect onto Otis?
Oh, Otis is drunk at this point.
Yeah.
Otis is up doing
Oh,
like
yeah.
the drunken dance and humming to himself.
Otis is hammered at this point. Yeah, you've been over there doing this for a hot minute.
Hold up. I got a gif for this.
And Yokai
Otis
Yokai
is over here like,
Yokai has just been being extremely polite and trying to act like he's not, noticing it. You know what I mean? Like, he's, yeah.
hey guys, feel that wine.
Yeah, Otis, you're out there just kicking up your feet and doing the elbows and just doing the herky jerky. Yeah.
You're doing the bit of that too. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you're hitting the gritty. So, yeah, but Yokai, he's so everything in these cultures on the continent of Pengshun, it's all very formal. And a lot of the times it's real what's the word I'm looking for? It's formal and by the numbers, in certain instances you have to sit a certain way. You can only speak at a certain time. You're only to take your cup and drink from it at certain moments. It's, everything is but regardless, because this conversation's way more informal, as it were, that nature of formality still is ingrained into somebody like Yokai's nature. So the whole time you're over there just doing that humming and everything, he's just been straight up acting like, like he doesn't notice it because he doesn't want to get distracted with this conversation. Out of respect for Android and his question. But I guess once things get kind of quiet and Android's thinking over what Yokai says, Yokai, despite himself, just kind of glances over at you, Otis, just doing it. Just getting down, doing the orange crush and everything, and he's just like looking at you now, and he's part amused, but part of him is just like, now he's asking himself, what are you exactly? Like,
I'm gonna side. What side?
What side? What side?
Like Otis is trying to make his way outside. Like, I'm gonna go outside.
He goes, it is, oh no, you should sit down. You don't want to go out there now. The weather is getting...
Yeah, it's so good.
The weather is getting so terrible. He's like,
Ah,
yeah.
okay.
He's like snapping his fingers. He's like, Hogan.
Not dog.
Hogan just walks over and just kind of, just like gently picks you up. Otis just kind of, yeah. He's like, oh my gosh. He's like, he looks over at you, Andrew, and he goes, it is getting quite late and the weather is getting quite terrible. I will give you lodgings for the night if you want, but I can understand completely if you need to get back.
He's just so kind.
And your friend is quite intoxicated. Over half a cup.
No, I'm okay. Never drink alcohol in my life.
He's like, he throws out over half a cup of fire wine.
No way. Android's gonna be like, well, allow me to deliberate with you, Quill, real quick. And he kind of like holds his, fist up to his mouth, and he's like whispering into it, and he's like, ".3, give me you, Quill."
She says, you, Quill, is out of range, but I can increase the range if you like. But the audio may prove to fail at times.
Shitty signal. And he kind of like shakes his head, and he's like, "That's okay, yeah. Give it a shot."
She says, also, the weather outside seems to be really bad. It is
The
almost
weather
as
outside is frightful.
She says, it's almost as if the elements have lost control. No, I'm just kidding. She says, the weather outside is frightful, though. Yes, I will, but I will do my best. Do you want this message to be in private?
Please.
You hear a voice say, too bad. No, I'm just kidding. She says, very well. She says, very well. And she says, she goes, I'm sorry, I can't seem to make this message private. And that's when Solar comes walking up to you, Android, very quietly, and you see him produce a ring, and he says, use mine.
Android just kind of smiles at him, and he's like, thanks, Solar. And he kind of puts it on one of his other fingers, and he's like, all right, which dot are you?
You just hear a voice say to you that sounds extremely familiar, and it's not even like Dot's voice. It's a male's voice, but it almost sounds like pure magic. And he says,
Nuh-uh.
He says, I'm not Dot at all, Android.
No way. Quit capping.
I'm dead serious. I'm not messing with you at all this time. I'm being quite honest with you.
Android is shook. He just doesn't even say anything. He's just shook.
He says,
He gets like a 1,000-yard stare,
He says, I foresaw this. I foresaw your silence occurring, so allow me to explain. I am not who you think I am. I am but an aspect of the one. Let's just say a piece of me is now here. Though I can't answer every question that you have, nor any questions, I can give you a secure line to whoever it is you need to speak with.
Okay. So should I just call you Coralon then?
He says no. He says you may refer to me. Just call me the Divine Line.
Okay. Well, can I get a private line to you, Quill, then? A private divine line, I guess?
Says, as you wish.
Thank you.
All right, so
He's
we're
like
gonna.
also jarred by the fact that he's speaking to a male voice instead of a female voice now. Like,
So we're gonna switch over to you, Quill, and Zoltan right now.
What is nuh-uh?
Mm-hmm. So you, Quill, and Zoltan, you guys were actually, before we get to that, Agaragus, what are you doing? What are you
Hold
doing
on,
right
let me-
now? Yeah.
let me take it.
Did Agaragus fall asleep?
Yeah.
That's why I did this, because I was like, they're gonna pass out if I don't do something with them pretty soon here. This is what happens, Agaragus, when you split yourself from the group.
You did this to yourself. Oh, that's funny.
No, well, you know, to be fair, Agaragus has got to find some time or other to make their potions. I mean, you know.
Potions. I need to talk to Agarius about alchemy in general.
Agaragus would be the one.
Agaragus what?
Agaragus what? Agaragus what? I'm sorry to awake you, Agaragus. I know that this session hasn't been involving you a whole lot, and I'm really sorry.
That's okay.
But to keep you included, I just wanted to know what Agaragus would be doing right now. We're kind of rewinding back in time right now, but like you just saw that Woojin and everything in your window and stuff. You just got done making your potions. What is Agaragus doing now? You know? A big piece of information just got dropped in their lap, and they realized that perhaps the Woojin that is downstairs in the dungeon about to be executed, Nani Nani, is not the same Woojin you saw talking with Kara Shin. So, yeah. What is Agaragus doing now?
I think Agaricus is still gonna stay put because he's like, I was told not to leave here. They are gonna come back for me. So I'm sitting here.
Fair enough. Yeah, that's fair enough. We may not get back to you tonight. I just want you to know.
I'm sorry if that's a bad decision, but
no, no. You're allowed to do with your character as you want. I just don't. Honestly, it makes perfect sense to me. If hopefully they come back for you.
Just as long as you tell us that. If you tell us that, that's okay.
I will do my best to remind you guys.
No, not you. I'm telling her. I'm telling her. Just as long as you tell us what you saw, please, please.
I got you going.
Well, let's make this a little interesting for Agaragus before, just so Agaragus has a little bit more screen time here, because something that I did, you know, Agaragus, as you are sitting there, you know, just kind of chilling on your bed, just kind of like your little feet are swinging, and you're just kind of like da 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 da. They're gonna come back for me. Made my potions. I'm so happy. You know, you do hear a knock at the door. Just a.
Yo.
And that kind of surprises you a little bit. because, well, for one, because you didn't think anybody could knock at that door and access your little pocket realm to begin with. But yet you hear the knock at the door again. Followed by a voice saying, Agaricus, are you in there? And the voice sounds extremely familiar to you. What do you do?
Can I roll like first of all am I still my mood ring still on the owl?
Yes. Your ring is still on the owl. Yes, it would. Well, no, it would be. Yeah, it would be on the owl. Yeah, because you did your look and spot. Yes, so it would be on the owl. Yes, it would be the gray aura, I believe. Don't wait. Hold on. Hold on. No, it would be the purple. Yeah, it would be the purple.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so it would be the owl.
Okay. I'm gonna switch my mood ring to my intelligence.
Okay, the eagle splendor. So your aura becomes gray now. You're like boom. Okay, and what would you like to do?
Can I roll an intelligence to recognize the voice?
Sure. I'll let you roll a listen. You can switch back to the purple and roll a listen to see if you recognize the voice if you'd like.
Okay.
I think will be easier than trying to roll just a straight stat. So whatever you get here, we'll just add 4 to.
Okay.
Although if I'm not mistaken, we might not have to do that because your intelligence may already be at a 4. And I know I'm messing with your character sheet right now, and I'm really sorry about that. Oh, no, you got no stat on there. Okay, that's cool. Then we'll just add 4 here. 17? Yeah. So yeah, you recognize the voice. It is not very hard for you to recognize it at all. You recognize it to be another one of your another androgyne, actually. He is a Pion Mender as well, or they are a Pion Mender as well, known as Dodd. The thing about Dodd, what makes this so interesting though, is the fact that Dodd they're not just any Pion Mender. They're not just any androgyne. Dodd is one of the they are the eldest of all the Pion Menders. They are an elite Myconid, as it were. You know? Dodd has seen battles before. Dodd has been involved in conflict. You know? Usually somebody like Dodd only let me explain it like this too. Just, I know I'm kind of over explaining, but let me break it down like this. In Myconid society, you have what is called the sexless, which are basically baby Myconids. And then they become a Myconid worker. And they usually either become male or female after that. Then you got the Myconid junior workers, you got Myconid elder workers, and then you got Myconid elders. But sometimes, sometimes the sexless, instead of becoming a worker and either becoming male or female, they become an androgyny, which is neither male nor female. But they still go through that, like those little phases of worker, junior worker, elder, right? Dodd, even though they're neither male nor female, they are still an elder pion mender, meaning they are like, Dodd is the oldest pion mender within the pion menders. He's not necessarily the oldest androgyne, but he, as far as the pion mender androgyne go, he is the oldest of you all. Dodd has seen combat. They are legendary. Dodd personally. Myconids are not like most cultures, just because Dodd is so important amongst your people doesn't mean that Dodd doesn't take time to meet other pion menders and speak with them, so it's not like you're like, oh, I'm finally getting to meet Dodd. Dodd. That's why they are knocking at your door saying your name personally, as if, there is a kinship there. They're just knocking at the door. Agaricus, are you there? Answer the door.
Agaricus just runs over and just swings it open.
Standing there before you is a a taller Myconid. Myconid get taller the older they get. They never reach the full height of, like, say, humans or elves or anything like that. But typical Myconid start at like around, they start off around like 3.5 feet tall, and you're like 4 feet tall, about the size of a halfling. But an elder Myconid can grow to be about 5 feet tall. Some even 5.5, but it's rare. And standing there before you is a 5 foot tall Myconid whose body seems to be covered in like mossy grass, and they don't even have like a full-fledged face. What you have for a face is more than what this Myconid has. Your mushroom top, you have a singular mushroom top. Where their neck should be looks like they have several mushrooms growing out of it, with different kinds of flora and fauna growing up around it, almost like a crown or a mane. And they are standing there with a staff in their hand as Dodd regards you and says, "Oh, thank goodness. I thought I went to the wrong place." As you open up the door too, you see that the door is no longer leading out into the palace hallway, but there looks to be a cave with glowing mushroom forest behind him. There's mushrooms as big as trees behind Dodd. Some are glowing like fluorescent pinks and purples and blues, with odd looking flying what would appear to be butterflies, but they're not quite butterflies, are they? And Dodd is standing there, and they say, "Well, may I come in, Agaricus? It has been a while."
He says you may.
Dodd comes entering and shuts the door behind them, and looks around and says, "Oh, this is nice. Oh, Dongi gave you a comfy one." Normally he gives the lower level, practically a box, but you got yourself a set and everything. And he motions at the alchemy and he says, and even a chest of giving. And he kind of pats the chest. Says, did you didn't upset the oh my gosh, what the heck is that thing called? Says you didn't upset the Dragloth, did you?
Agaricus just kind of like shrugs his shoulders and puts his hands up like, ah.
Says, yes, well. He just looks at the chest and he goes, well, if you did, you definitely know. Dragloths.
Kind of nod.
It says Dragloths. Foul creatures. You know that word Dragloth. You've heard it before. You've never seen one, but you've heard it. Supposedly within drow society, sometimes drow are air quote blessed and become something much more, something far more sinister, and the Dragloth is supposedly like a blessing bestowed upon the drow, and they become these like creatures, as it were, but you've never seen one or encountered one. You've just heard tale of them. You don't even know what they look like. It says, but yes, yeah, if you upset your Dragloth, you'd know it. But so you're probably wondering what I'm doing here.
Agaricus just kind of looks around like, yes.
Well, Circle Leader Dong Yi is a bit worried about you. He didn't give me too many details, but he said you were sent here on an important errand for our mother.
That's true.
Says yes. Well, he says mother is growing impatient, and she bothers him on a regular basis.
I made potions.
Says, well, that's good. You've been keeping up with your alchemy. Goes, that's the spirit.
Well, yeah, but I mean, all in due time.
Says, well, I don't mind telling you that I personally I personally love Dong Yi. You know this. I mean, but here lately, Kazo has been vying for the position of Circle Leader. You know that name too, Kazo. He's another elder Myconid who is of some importance. Not as important as Dong Yi, but he's important, you know. He says Kazo's been vying for Dong Yi's position as Circle Leader, and Dong Yi just doesn't want to lose it. So he sent me to beseech you to hurry up.
Boo-woo, I made the potions. I got a plan.
Says, I see. Well, he goes, well, if you don't hurry, they're gonna call in the death caps. And you know that word, death cap. That's another type of androgyny, and they are not friendly. You know? Says they'll call in the death caps. Probably my associate too. Hiss.
Dare I ask?
Well, when he says the name Hiss, you know, or Hister, you know that name. That is he's like Dodd. They are like Dodd, you know, an androgyne, but an elder androgyne, the eldest of the Death Cap. Says if they call in Hister, if Kazo calls in Hister, then it's going to be completely out of your hands, and Hister will get it without all the subterfuge. And Dongi will lose his position. Now, that within Myconid society, that doesn't mean Dongi is gonna die or anything like that. The Myconid do not believe in killing one another, you know. It just means Dongi will no longer be circle leader, and that will make him very sad, and you don't want that to happen. You know what I mean? I mean, that's really it. Myconid are a very funny kind of race like that, you know. They being sad to them is almost worse than, you know, being assassinated for one's own position, you know. This entire time, the idea of Mazaru being assassinated was kind of a funny ordeal for you, because you're like, yeah, but she won't be sad, right? Type of attitude, you know. That's why it's been hard for you to even take this seriously, as some do, because death for the Myconid, the reason why Myconid don't even like to kill each other is because you guys are so few and far, you know, that you're like, no way, that could mean the extinction of our kind. But you don't want to be sad either. You know, being sad means that you're not happy, and if you're not happy, then you don't love, and if you don't love, what is the point? Type of thing. You know, how can you even know? You know, it's not that you love every other race, but you love each other. You know, so this is kind of like one of those situations. But the idea of upsetting Mother, that's no good. You know, so in a weird sort of way, you can understand Kazo's position of wanting to take over for Dongi too, because Mother is becoming unhappy. You know, so maybe Kazo can step in and make Mother happy, which will make Dongi very sad. It is a very odd society you all run, especially when you consider who Mother is. It's kind of like it's a caricature of utopia, is what it is. It's you know who Mother is, you know what she is, and you know where she's from. So considering, you know, I don't want to say too much more. This is a certain kind of being's interpretation of what love is, and it reflects. It reflects heavily through your society. It's a caricature. And so Dodd is standing there, and they're like, so, yeah, I was sent here to assist you in any way that I can. And he
How do I get him alone?
says, well, that is going to be tricky. Goes, do you know where he is now?
No.
He says, well, that's the first step, Agaragis. You have to quit separating yourself from them so much. You have to stay near them at all times and bide your time until.
Agaricus just nods.
You've been a bad, bad boy.
He says, yes. And, he goes, but I will stay here. Don't let anybody in here. I will stay in here. I insist. He doesn't even, Dodd doesn't even give you a chance to say anything yay or nay to it. They just say, I insist. It's okay. And they pat you on top of the mushroom, on top of your mushroom cap. I will stay here and you will, we will wait until you see them again. And then, when the time is right, we'll figure it out from there. Okay?
Okie dokie.
We must plot and think on this. Says, I will get into contact with Dongi. There is something. Dongi has gone through some great pains to get you an audience with a mutual acquaintance of mothers. And they seem to think that they can set something up. So when the time comes, you just need to be sure that you are by their side at all times. Okay?
He says, can do.
He just laughs. He says, oh, Agaricus. Oh, I don't know why they didn't just send me to do this. It's almost unfair to you.
He conjures a nasty look on his face.
Conjures a nasty look. I like that. Conjures a nasty look. Says, oh, don't be offended. I didn't mean it like that. It's just you've always been better studying the nature and the wildlife of our home and mending the wounds. This
It's okay, you already said it. I'm already better.
This just isn't you, and I don't like it. I don't like the fact that they did this to you. Says if I had half a mind. Never mind.
But you only have half a mind. Nah.
Yeah, like he almost sounds like Dodd almost sounds sad now. He's like, if I had half a mind, never mind. It's not important. Let's just get this done and get you home back to where you're happy. And now we will pick up with you, Quill and Zoltan.
But will we though?
Yes, we will. Yes, we will.
No.
Look outside.
Uh-huh. Yeah, huh?
Famous trademark.
No.
So we find you, Quill and Zoltan, now inside the crone's home, sitting on some pillows around a circular table that sits on the ground, with short legs. The crone has got 4 cups of tea, and she's pouring tea for all 4 of you. And then she sets the pot down in the...
I forgot there were 4 of us.
Yeah, in the center of the table as she sits down and begins to sip her tea. And, what? Sorry, it's the way you said that. I forgot there was 4 of us. Yes.
My brain had to go over. It's like, who's all here again?
Yeah.
Stupid ass. And then 1 and 2. Oh, yeah, fuck me 4.
Yeah, the crone poured tea for herself as well. Yes. But
It'd be like that.
the drow girl Daime, she sips her tea and eyes you, Zoltan. She picks up the tea and begins drinking from it first, her and the crone, kind of as an act to show you two that there's nothing wrong with the tea. You know, that you don't.
Yuko was already drinking the tea, like he didn't even think about it.
Yeah, he's just yeah.
He's immune to poison, so he's just like, oh right.
Picking up the pot, just drinking straight from the spout.
Ah!
The crone's like, okay, outside. No. Get out of my house.
Oh, I have a soundboard for that too.
Yeah, so you quill that the tea itself is delicious. It's green leaf, but it's got some sage in it, and it's just slightly sweet. Slightly sweet. Yeah. And it's hot.
Yeah, Yuko hits his best dignified.
Lovely.
Lovely. Exactly.
Oh. Like, I don't know why, but
he's so ignorant. Like he pops up like his pointing finger instead of his pinky because he just doesn't know.
Yeah.
And he kind of vaguely remembers it. Do it during an alcoholic stupor. During one of it, you know what I mean?
Meanwhile, neither Daime nor the crone are drinking the tea that way. They've got it like cupped in both hands, and they're just sipping from it, and they're staring at you, just kind of confused at the way you're drinking this tea. Like, I picture you, Quill, getting that look on his face like Mr. Bean does when he's like, trying to act all like proper and pompous, like, Will's over there like, check it out, look, I'm fancy. Yeah.
I'm one of the cool kids. Looking at it.
Daime does her best to just kind of ignore that, and her eyes just stay on Zoltan. And then finally, when she's got her fill of tea, she sets her bowl down, like her cup, and she looks at you, Zoltan, and kind of wipes her hands and says, "So you must have questions for me."
How are we cousins?
She says, "Oh, yes, well, because
Elephant room.
Because we come from the same blood." And she just kind of looks at you know, she kind of looks at
Yes, I.
Yeah, she looks over at the crone and just kind of shrugs her shoulders like, "What kind of question is that?" She's like, "I don't know if you know how kin works, but usually when people are born,
snickering.
when people are born of the same ancestry, they become cousins, brothers, mothers, fathers, sisters, uncles, aunts, and the like."
I would hate to break the news to you, but I didn't get to meet my family. I don't even know my father. I saw my mom die in front of me, though. So I don't know the rest of my family. I only knew my mom.
She says, "Ah, yes, well," she goes, "your father, he was quite a character."
You know my dad?
I knew of him and met him once or twice. Quite a few of us in your family did. In our family did. I knew your mother very well. She was a wonderful woman. She's one of the reasons why I went into exile the way that I did. After she was executed, I no longer held the love for our kind the way that I did before.
You cool just kind of say,
It's like I changed my name to Half-Blood to represent that. Because I believed in your mother and father's love. I'd never met a human who could look upon our kind without instant judgment on his face. Or lust, depending on. And she kind of side-eyes you, Quill.
He catches the innuendo, and he is in his exaggerated, appalled state.
He just like tosses the bowl behind him, like, what?
He's like, "Madam, I look at all women that way.
She goes, the crone chimes in, just that one bowl is 20 win.
Yuko fishes out a gold and flicks it to her.
Nice.
She instantly catches it like swift, like you've never seen it, you know, she's a hungry hippo. She's just like, whoosh. She goes, that will do.
Yuko eyes her. And he's like,
Nice.
Yuko eyes her and he's like, now you've piqued my interest.
Oh.
Yeah, she's just like, it's all one motion too. She just like, whoosh. She goes, that will do. And then tucks it into her long sleeve, just like that. It's just vanished. You're like, where did that go?
Yeah, he's not even on the sexual thing. He's just like, wait a fucking minute. That was
pretty. I give her a round of applause. I'm giving her a round of applause.
Yeah, Yuko went from being like his normal self to like, wait a motherfucking.
I gotta check my pockets real quick.
Felicia, you don't just do that around me and act like that shit ain't cool.
Yeah, she just robbed me. And I ain't even there.
Oh, yes.
Daimei goes, if I may continue. If I may continue. She says, how much do you know about our family?
I've heard a couple tales about my father, but not a lot. After my mother was executed, I kind of ran away.
She says, I see. She goes, do you know anything else about us other than just your father? And do you know how our society even works? Do you have any memory of that?
Not really.
She says, I see. Well, you were quite young. The last time I saw you, you were quite small. You wouldn't have a lot of memory of things. But you do know of the houses and why those are important. And that is something that you would have somewhat of a memory of, is the
the houses of everything. Yeah, I remember those.
Says, well, you know, we were never one of the major houses. Ours was a minor house. The house of Heisenberg, as it were. Kaspari, technically. We, after your mother was tried for what she'd done and everything, we were given the subtext of Kaspari Heisenberg. We no longer get to have just our last name. Our family lives in shame. Says, yes, it's not a good thing to have our last name turned into a subtext. Says, but here we are. She says, not to beat around the bush or anything, the crone has notified me that you still have it embedded in your chest. Is that correct?
Zoltan winces in pain from when it first, he memorizes the pain of when it first infused with him, and she shows him.
She looks at it and she says, ah, yes. Your father was quite the adventurer, wasn't he? A rather roguish man, as he were, taking things that don't belong to him, that he has no idea what they do. Do you know where that comes from?
Not the slightest.
Says, me either. She says, I was hoping you had learned something of it.
May I?
Do what, you Quill?
May I
May you what?
roll my appraisal skill?
You sure may. Oh, this is something we don't get to do very often. I'm excited. I'm excited now.
Wait a minute.
Let's see.
While he's
I
doing
have
that,
something
I'm
here
gonna
that actually
explain
helps.
to her that the best thing I found on is that it works with my emotions every now and then.
Says, well, I can't speak on what it does per se, only that it is quite a powerful artifact.
Yuquil just kind of like lightly taps Zoltan on the shoulder and he's like, let me take a peek.
Oh man, I had pictured like Yuquil just instantly seeing that and grabbing Zoltan by the back of his head and just jerking him over to him. Bending his
he's like that little kid that sees like a new shiny toy for the first time. He's salivating and like he's digging through his bag for his
little
his appraisal gear.
Yeah,
He's
little,
like, let me take a look.
the little
Let me take a look.
sunglass thing that goes in your eye that you still to hold it in there. He's just grabbing Zoltan, bending him backwards and yanking open his shirt and being like, stay still. And just looking at it. Like, I could just see Yuquil doing it like that. Just, wait, hold on. What is that?
Let me see what we did. I don't trust it. Where's my black guy?
Okay. I can.
Nat 20. Oh, bro, I'll put a camera in for that.
Did you get a nat 20?
Yeah, let me move my arm out of the way. That might help.
Oh, that's right. You're not rolling on the one deal. Okay. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah.
Touch it.
Hold on, let me see. I believe you though. I don't know why I'm even asking to see. I believe you. Yeah, you got a nat 20. Yeah, so
That would be 38 total.
38. Oh yeah. Well, on a nat 20, yeah, so you just boom, yank it back and just check it out. And you look and like you're just basically what that little monocle sight glass thing does for your eye is it magnifies things so you can see flaws and certain colors and you know what I'm saying? It just makes things pop for you so you can inspect it for flaws and this and that. But what you actually see in this is just purely fascinating. You look it over, and this hourglass embedded in Zoltan's chest, it's made out of like gold, and the glass almost looks crystal, and the sand inside of it doesn't even seem to be actual sand. You can't even tell what kind of substance that is. It's some kind of grainy something or other. It's definitely looks like sand, but it's more. And when the light hits it just right, all of a sudden light just seems to exhume from it into your little monocle, your little sight glass, and it turns all the colors into a kaleidoscope. And as you watch, the colors of the kaleidoscope begin to spin. It just turns in a circular motion. And what was once flat, a flat image, now becomes 3D, as if you're traveling down a tunnel of colored light, going deeper and deeper, like you're flowing through there. It almost feels like your whole body, not just your vision, is now traveling down this tunnel of kaleidoscope light, this prismatic glow. And it threatens to draw you in nearer and nearer. Yuquil, I am going to need you to roll a will save.
Oh God.
That's one of my better ones, so I'm not too worried.
The hourglass is making people crazy.
Ah!
Yeah, I saw that.
7 plus 19, 26.
26. Okay. So you are traveling down this thing and you feel this sudden pull this isn't an enchantment. Your mind isn't being, you're not being forced to go to sleep or paralyzed or anything like that. You are feeling something very, very extraordinary as you feel the dragon in you yearn. It stirs a little bit because you are feeling a very natural thing that Uquil feels quite often, but never to this extent. And that is called greed.
Oh, this
You
motherfucker.
almost want to yank the hourglass clean out of Zoltan's chest and just hoard this thing. You would not mind, let me put it to you like this, you would not mind yanking it right out of his chest, setting it underneath your butt right now on this pillow and going to sleep on it and killing anyone who got near it.
Fair enough.
You have to mash your teeth and your jaw clenches as you yank the sight glass from your eye and blink. And the result of your appraisal, I might add, is priceless. This thing is priceless.
Uquil just pulls himself back, kind of like, not in a like through gritted teeth, but not like anger or anything else. It's just like, it's more of like in awe of like trying not to like let his emotions get the better of him. He's just like, I don't quite know what it is. Like he's wide-eyed just staring at it. He's like, there's not a mountain of gold. And then he's shaking his head. That's all he says. Can I roll a history check to see if I've ever heard of anything, if that might entail?
What kind of histories do you got?
Knowledge history, just basic history.
Knowledge of history?
Yeah. I've got that and religion. Those are the two that
You're allowed to play as much D&D as you like.
Yeah, I think like I'll use knowledge history because I feel like that's just more of like kind of
Yeah,
closer to like a bard's knowledge. Like I might have heard through the wayside that's a such and such thingy that made such, you know what I mean, or lore-esque things, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
I don't feel like it'd be overly religious, and that's my weaker of my two.
Could I tell him like the name of my father? Would that help at all?
Well, hold on.
That is a 9. Got a little dots. That would be a 19.
19? You have never heard of anything quite like this before. Not to this effect. You know.
Fair.
It is quite valuable. You know that just from what you and just the fact that the dragon in you still is just like it's almost like a dog inside a kennel just kind of running circles chasing its own tail. You know, right now you have to kind of steady yourself and you're just like, you may tell Uquil the name of your father because Uquil yeah, like you're just do you relate that information like, you know, this thing is, what is this thing? You know what I mean? Like, how does Uquil relate this information?
Yeah, he's sitting there. He's just like, I'm not sure. It's like I said, he's wide-eyed, just shaking his head. He's like, there's mountains of gold that just don't even, and you know, he doesn't have words. He's like, he's basically arguing with the dragon within. He's just like, I need it.
We will kill him if we yank that out of his chest.
He will die. Stop.
Yeah.
Stop.
Zoltan, do you tell him the name of your father?
Yes.
What is your father's name?
Silas. Trying to go find his last name because I don't remember his last name.
Yeah, that would have been in. Well, you could just say that you tell him, and that's okay. Silas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can look it up later and just remember it from here on out. Write it down on your paper somewhere. That way you have an easier time remembering it. because I don't remember it.
Oh.
Yeah, I should. I probably should, but I just don't. I'm sorry.
Are you all good?
But yeah, he tells you his father's name, Uquill, and I will let you roll a history for that if you'd like.
Running out of gas. Yes, that's why I want physical dice, because I believe in superstition. Eat a dick.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Go for it.
That's why the nat 20's sitting over by herself. She's out of nat 20s tonight.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that's a doo-doo ball. You're over there. Nat 1.
Oh, you got a nat 1?
Yep.
Okay, well.
Actually, that should be the only nat 1 for you. So
Well,
you're good.
well, that doesn't necessarily mean failure. What did you get?
With my history, that is a 11.
An 11? Yeah, no. You're just like, oh. You oddly enough, the name kind of rings a bell. Weirdly enough, but you're not entirely sure why. You're like, I shouldn't know who that is. Why do I feel like I know who that is?
Yeah, Uquill just kind of scratches his head. He's like, I'm pretty sure I've heard that somewhere. Huh. And like he's like looking, he keeps looking at the hourglass and then looking away. What?
So once this conversation takes place too, Daime just kind of, she goes, yes, so as I was going to say, the crone herself has confirmed as much as you have, Uquill, only not so much in its value in monetary, but its raw power. She's in tune to those sorts of things, you know. And she agrees with you to the extent that it is one of a kind. The crone just,
Uquill, like, I was gonna say, Uquill just like, he's still thinking, but like, the little bit of dragon in him just kind of like creeps out, and like in Draconic, he's like, even better. And he kind of shudders. He's like, huh? Huh?
yeah. She, Daime just looks and says, so, the reason why I wanted to meet you, Zoltan, is because I just wanted you to know the state of your family and your house. That we still exist, even though we are the Kaspari Heisenberg now. But we are holding on by a thread. And to be mindful of Loth. And you know the name Loth. Everybody knows. She is the queen mother of all drow. You know, she's worshipped like a god amongst the drow, you know.
People split to the floor.
She knows that you are alive. And she knows that you still have the hourglass, and her every thought is bent on it. She seems, it is a catch-22 you find yourself in. Because on the one hand, you want to avoid her because she will kill you to get it. But on the other hand, she's also seems to be the only one who truly knows what it is and what it does. And that's why she wants it so badly. So in order to find out its true purpose, you may need to speak with her. And that is all. That is all I have to say. As she's speaking to you, guys can hear the thunder roll and the lightning crash, and the rain begins to just fall heavier.
Uquil just looks at him and he's like, "You seem to have a penance for just fucking with shit that should be left alone."
She looks at you, Uquil, and Daime looks at you, Uquil, and she says, "Don't speak to him that way. He didn't ask for this. It was the hubris of his it was the hubris of his father that put him in this situation." She says, You human men, you blame everybody but yourselves."
He just looks at her and he's like,
Oh, yeah, get him.
"You're not wrong, but you're not right."
She says, "He is a Kaspari, and once upon a time a Kaspari, we were on the way to becoming a major house." She goes, "And we still are. By all accounts, we still are. Last I heard, the Kaspari Heisenberg, the captain of the defenders, of the Drow defenders, is still a Kaspari." We are still a great house, and we will be once again. And that is your duty, Zoltan, to save your family. I have kept my promise. I kept my promise to Wasuke, and I have kept my promise to your mother. I found you, and I have told you what needs to be done. Find out what that thing does, and then kill Loth and free our people.
Uquil smiles at that last bit. He approves this message.
If you can kill Loth and do it in such a way that no one can question it, you will be honored amongst the Drow. The Kaspari will once again rise, and we will become the major house of the Drow. And that, she points at the hourglass, I believe is the key to doing it, because even Loth fears its power. And she's in league with the demons.
Wait, what?
She looks and she says, "Oh yes, the Drow, that's where Loth gets all her powers from. She's in league with some demon from the Abyss in particular. A certain Zugtamoy, I believe is her name. They call her the Mother of Fungus. In all fairness, Zugtamoy is not the worst of the Abyssal Lords. In fact, she's rather kind. Honestly, she's got some weird fascination of trying to understand emotion that is beyond demons, like caring, compassion, love, and things of that nature. But it's not just Zugtamoy that Loth is known to be in league with. Zugtamoy just seems to be friendly. Oh no, Loth is in bed with others. In fact, Loth has traded favors, if you understand my meaning, with others of the Abyssal Lords. Of the princes of the Abyss. She has sat down and dined with actual gods of the Abyss. So, do with that what you will. But you hold the key there, Zoltan. You and you alone have something that she fears and craves.
Mm-hmm.
She says, if I were you, I would look into finding a way to contact Pale Knight.
Huh?
Pale Knight.
Hell no.
Yes, the queen of the abyss, as it were. The mother of Demogorgon himself. Wife of Zaris, as they call him. She has no love for Loth. So, she may be an ally, this Pale Knight. When she says Pale Knight, you're listening to that, Uquill and Zoltan, and something about that name rings a bell, Pale Knight.
Actually, I know that name. I know we've had a dealing or know of. I just can't find it.
I intimately remember that struck a chord with me.
Yeah, I was gonna like. I'm on the fence of how much Uquill is willing to say of his own goings on, right? But yeah, that name definitely struck a chord and a half. Bro, I'm going through my notes. I'm looking through the fucking Pantheon right now. I'm like, wait a minute.
Can Android shout in with
No, not yet. Not yet, but it is actually it is about this time actually that Uquill, your ring begins to glow oddly. You've never seen it glow before. Usually you hear some kind of chime or it kind of flashes to let you know, but it's actually glowing. Your communication ring.
Yeah, I look at it and I'm like, okay, really? Of all times? You're gonna act weird now?
You hear a voice in your head that sounds oddly familiar. It is a male's voice, and it just sounds like pure magic as it says to you, Uquill. Long met, old friend. Says, don't worry about using your voice. I can hear your thoughts. I am the divine line. I am contacting you on behalf of Android, and he needs to speak with you. Just use your thoughts, and you two may remain private. And then he chimes into you, Android. He says, same to you, Android. Use only your thoughts to speak. And this conversation will be heard by no one other than you, Uquill, and your lord.
What's going on?
I forget. Oh.
The same. Hashtag same. So much info dump. Bad. Juju.
I'm a little shook about the divine line, if I'm honest.
Uquill chuckles and he's like, he forgets to think. He's like, yeah, me too. He says it like out loud, like, oh, my bad. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah, my thing was just when would be a good time to meet up and deliberate about what to do about Kal Roshan. I guess mainly.
Do you tell him about like what you've learned about Kal Roshan so far and what's going on, or do you just want to meet up and deliberate about it then?
I guess I'll take the time to break it down for him, what I've learned. Might as well. if I got the time.
Yeah, I mean, you can play as much D&D as you like. While this is going on, Daime and like the way this looks is Daime and the crone and Zoltan are all talking, and now Uquil just sits there and looks like he's listening aptly while he's thinking this conversation in his head. So yeah, you can just lore dump the whole thing to him if you want.
Yeah, then that's what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna lore dump for him real quick.
Oh, that's...
Yeah, Yukul's already drooling over like all the stuff that they're talking about here. Like he doesn't know, you know what I mean? Like he's like, wait a minute, we're out of my depth. And then Android's just in his head now, just telling him all this shit. And he's like, wait a minute, we're out of our depth. He's.
So yeah, but he does explain to you about like what Yokai Izu has told him about how Karashin was double dealing with this guy Boss Kappa and yada yada yada, but where he was gonna get all the money to bankroll this, or what he was gonna do with all this money to bankroll it, you know, Yokai Izu didn't know. But that strikes a chord with you because you now, with everything you've been learning, the thing you're suddenly reminded, oh, that's right, Kara Shin did tell you to talk to that shogun that should be still here in town.
Yeah, Uquil kind of, he was like, you know, that makes a little sense. It's like a lot of it didn't feel right. He's like, I talked to him. He told me after our discussion to go speak with somebody as well if I needed to know more. I get the feeling that he's not the one that set this act in motion. He had his own subterfuge, I guess, going on, but not in this direction. It's more gaining renown, and this again,
alternate,
this all felt too easy, and it's turning out to be. He just got the smoking gun in his hand, and they walked away happily.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, fair. I'm with Zoltan meeting his family? Question mark. Does he's like, his father's name rings a bell, but I can't place it. And then he spoke of the Pale Knight, or she did, and both feel like they should be relevant.
So when you mentioned Pale Knight, Android kind of looks Android looks kind of pale, and he's like, you mean the bitch that we accidentally fucking gave an avatar to in the prime material plane when we fucking sacrificed her, or allowed her grandfather to be sacrificed in a dark ritual? And
that was her, wasn't it?
Yeah. I say her grandfather, it wasn't really her, it was like, you know, that one chick, you know, and I mean, like, she
says that shit out loud, too.
They fucking clay dolled her, and she was like a burlap sack or something, and you were gonna stick your dick in the burlap sack, and I was like, you shouldn't do that.
Yes! Uquil in the middle of Zoltan and their conversation, just like, fuck, it was that bitch! And then just goes back to thinking. he's like, son of a fuck. He's like, did the name Silas happen to ring a bell to you? He's like, I know it from somewhere.
He tells so he tells you the full name, Silas whatever. Can't, because we can't remember the last name.
Can't remember the motherfucking name.
But Android, you are allowed to roll a bardic knowledge.
Allow me to do so then, because I don't remember it off the top of my head. That one I don't remember.
So Silas, you get to thinking about it and you're like, Silas, and you start humming a little ditty. Silas, oh. Silas. And then you're like, Shanti Claire, who used to be Silas. That's the song. Shanti Claire, who used to be Silas. You know. Oh, well, it would be Silas Heisenberg, because that's his last name. Heisenberg is the last name of his father, yeah. You're like, Silas Heisenberg. What? You realize, oh my gosh, Zoltan Heisenberg, his father is Chanticleer, the famous thief, the rogue of the song. And the song, it goes, it goes something like, Chanticleer, a
whatever
human
that he declares.
a human who's so bold. Chanticleer, he was a rogue so bold, so devilish and king, so undefeated. Chanticleer.
You tell me.
He would no. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm doing it like you're trying to remember it, butthead.
Oh, I see.
Like,
I thought you were actually.
It's
taking serious.
A rogue who's so keen. Chanticleer, he could rob a dragon's lair. Yeah, Silas, who was Chanticleer. He goes, but that's how the song goes. Like, it never actually gave his last name. You're like, Silas, who Chanticleer, the rogue who was once Silas, is Silas Heisenberg, Zoltan's father? You're like, but that's just a song. The dude doesn't actually exist. He's just kind of like, he's like a myth for rogues, Better be careful, you gain too much, old Chanticleer is liable to come and rob you for it, He's a myth. He's a figment of your imagination, my your troop leader used to sing that song, he'd warn you when you were little, you better be careful robbing people, because if you come across something valuable, old Chanticleer's liable to come and rob you for it and teach you a lesson. You know what I mean? Take your ear if you don't give it to him.
Take his fair share. Haha. I hope you rhyme.
He goes, no freaking way. Chanticleer, a human that's so fair. Chanticleer, who was once Silas. Goes the places no one dares. Yeah. Yeah, so you sing that little ditty to you, Quill. You know what I mean? You just sing that ditty to you, Quill, because you are a bard, so naturally you just sing it out to him. You're like, yeah, that's where I know that name. Silas.
Yeah, you Quill just cocks his head and he's like, and then he looks at Zoltan, he's like, your dad was a thief? Like in the middle of their fucking conversation, just looks at Zoltan. He's like, your dad was a thief?
Daime just... Down. Oh, what? I'm sorry, yeah?
I looked down at my chest, I was like,
Daime says, well, that would make a lot of sense. He used to bring Zoltan's mother gifts from all over the place. He was, quite a rogue, actually.
Yeah, evidently there's a song. Huh.
She goes, there's a song?
I digress. This pale night. Yes,
she goes, what's the song?
He's
he
like,
cuts you off instantly. No, what's the song?
He's like, no, pale night. I know her.
He goes, no.
Nice. He looks at her blankly, like, we may have given her a body here.
She goes, oh, well, perfect. Like, that doesn't even bother her. She's like, oh, well, perfect. And the crone goes, that certainly is fortuitous. Then it won't be hard for you to, she already owes you one if you've given her an avatar.
He looks through them both, like he's not looking at them. He's like, oh no, that's not good. And he's kind of like remembering that ordeal. He's like, yeah, that's gonna be a problem. Goes back to thinking. He's like, so Zoltan evidently has to kill. Just go straight back to talking to Andrew. So Zoltan's got to kill Wolf evidently, and they want the Pale Knight to help because they think it'll be an ally. Fun times over here, bud.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, even I'm like, on a fun note, I want to kill him and take his hourglass.
Well,
I digress.
I mean, me too. Doesn't everybody? I thought that was just a thing.
No, that's worth more than everything.
Oh, I thought it was just like if you looked at it too long, you know, it's gonna like
that
you know.
that too.
I mean,
but
like at least that was my thing. That's why I just make a habit of not looking at it because I know better.
It almost pulled Fenrir out of me. I almost ate him.
Well, naturally.
Yeah.
Base.
So yeah, it's getting. His cousin's kind of hot. And I don't know who this other. What was your name? He looks at him. He looks at
Crone just looks at you and she goes, "You may call me the Crone."
The Crone? You know the Crone?
The Crone? The Crone's your cousin?
No, it's a different chick. Daime? Yeah, evidently she's a full drow. Crazy. Kind of hot though. Super white skin? It's crazy.
Super dark skin.
Or super dark skin.
Yeah, only half drow have the white, like almost snow white skin, yeah, with dark hair.
She'd almost fit. Both of them actually might fit. The crown seems kind of dangerous.
Yeah.
Does Android
Android
correct you, Quill, and say crone? But yeah.
No, I just let that one ride.
Yeah, that's it, ride.
That one gets a nose bridge pinch, you know.
You know where you are right now, Android. I want to point out the fact that all three are working currently to put to get Otis to lay down and just chill, because Otis is all just drunk singing like little halfling shanties, you know.
Hey, right. Time to put me down.
Governor Yokai's like, "We're not trying to hurt you, friend. We're just trying to get you to relax." Kaioken and Jin Shen or Jing Shen are just like they're like, "Can we just one good punch and I promise he'll go to sleep." And Yokai's like, "That's not how we do things. That is not how we do things." He goes, we cannot let you go outside. You will catch your death of cold, and you did not survive. You did not survive.
I don't want to go outside anymore.
He goes, but you're gonna break something in this house, and I have things that are valuable.
I'll be good. I'll be good.
He goes, oh my gosh. He goes, it was only half a cup of fire wine.
You got any more?
He goes, we swish that at tastings and spit it out with no issue.
Yes. There.
Jing Shen's like, maybe if we just let him walk around the Garden of Tranquility. I mean, yeah, it's raining, but I mean, it won't be as bad because of all the the canopy. Yokai's like, would you like that? Would you like to walk around my garden for a while and look at the flowers and he's almost talking to you like you're a child. He's like, and walk around and look at the pretty flowers and
well, yes. Go look at flowers.
He's like, all right, gentlemen, go light the torches so he can see out there. He's like, okay.
Am I still being carried, or am I now like walking on my own?
They let you go when they've gone off to.
Okay, he's skipping.
Yeah.
I'm just skipping to the best of his ability. Yes, flowers.
Yeah, you bump a vase and it just, I mean, one of those big old, like, vases
He
that
stops and he like grabs it like, oh no, no.
Yeah,
Hey.
you grab it. It weighs and is twice your size, and it just rolls out of your arms and just crashes on the ground. And he goes,
Oh no, it's just so sorry.
he's like, that is from the Fong Dynasty. Oh my gosh.
I'll fix it.
He's
I'll
like
fix it.
he's like, by the balance. He's like, no, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Let me look at the bag. Maybe I can see.
He
Hey,
like
maybe
guides
I
you
can-
out the door into the garden. He's like, oh man. He's like, don't fall into the koi pond.
Where's that?
There's 3 of them out there. Be careful.
You're almost swimming.
He looks at you, Android, and he's like, I'm sorry, but your friend he may hurt himself before the night is over. And or I may
Oh,
hurt
I'm
him.
certain. I wouldn't blame you.
He's like, he goes, I understand that you're involved in something beyond my understanding right now, and he kind of motions to you, which actually kind of surprises you that he's that perceptive. He goes, but if I could get you to just watch him for a little while I go and end my existence over the broken vase, I would appreciate that.
Nice.
How'd you fix it?
Oh yeah, no trouble.
He's like, thank you, I appreciate that. And he like walks over to like a side door that will take him into one of the walls lining the garden so he doesn't have to go outside. And he shuts the door and you hear, like, for a split second there, it's quiet and you just kind of hear him go, and just like walk off.
What on impersonation?
Never been good before.
Oh, that's dumb.
So when Android goes outside to check on you, Otis, what are you doing in that garden right now? You are, okay, let me describe the garden to you. So it is a wide square garden, right? And there are bonsai trees and taller trees just for shade when it's nice and sunny out. There are lotuses and cherry blossom trees and orchids of different kinds, roses and things of that nature, you know, flowers you've never even seen before. And there's several stone paths that you can take. There's a bridge that takes you over like a small waterfall that leads into a koi pond that turns into a river going into another koi pond. Off into the far left-hand corner, there is another koi pond. I mean, it is quite a large garden. And yeah, because there are so many plants and things to catch the rain, you guys feel more of a mist on you at this point than you do like actual rain.
Otis is looking at all the flowers, just like, they're pretty. They have flowers.
So, Android, you come out and Otis says, this is what Otis says. To his perception, he's just looking at the flowers going, oh, flowers, maybe smelling them or whatever. What you come out and actually see is him looking at the flowers going, flowers, and swinging his arms wildly and just wood chippering. Total free, like, flower, just pow, pow. I mean, he's got flower, buds just flinging through the air. And he's like, oh, look, flowers, blah, blah. And he is just completely wrecking this guy's garden. In one section. I mean, it is a large garden, so I mean, this is just a patch of it. But yeah, you
Then he
see,
decides to move on and goes to the closest tree.
Oh god, he's turning
I'm
into a
gonna
tree
say-
fucker.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Android's just letting him cook. I mean, so long as he's not like killing himself, you know. So long as you ain't dead.
Just let me go.
oh, shoot.
I mean,
So Otis, you go over to a tree that's
Come
big
on,
enough
man.
to you go over to a tree that's big enough to climb, but there are several littler bonsai trees around it that probably are like 300 to 500 years old. You know, bonsai trees live a long time, and you just completely trample them as you're going over to this bigger tree.
Fuck yeah.
I mean, you just
Android has no
completely
concept for that, so he's just letting him cook. He don't give a fuck.
yeah, you're completely just trampling some bonsai trees as you get over some little rocks.
Sorry, excuse me.
Meanwhile, you Quill is on the ring, just being like, "What's going on? what is happening, man?"
Android's like, I'm vaguely watching Otis, you know, making sure he don't kill himself. He's wrecking this dude's fucking garden, but I mean, shit, it ain't mine.
Fair enough. He's like, yeah, I guess, fucking, fuck, that sounds not fun. We need to meet up at a certain point because this,
Oh,
evidently
yeah.
the weather's getting worse, but we've also got this,
Yes, so that brings me to my point. What do you want to do about Kal Rashan? Do we just let this ride, or do we call Laudi out? Because I do believe that it is that it was Laudi framing him so that he could put, what was his name, Hizaki, into office as the Shogun. But what doesn't sit right with me is letting Nani get executed. I mean, I know that she knew the stakes, but I don't know, something about Nani being executed and Kal Rashan being exiled just feels a little dirty to me. So,
well, when I
yeah.
spoke with her, she seemed like this was the path she wanted to take, and she understood what she was doing. Well, I do agree with you. There's still something missing. That's why I gotta find this Tenkai Chaozu, and evidently he's gonna maybe know some more. So, yeah, ask your bud if he knows where he might have beat.
Where to
his
find
general,
Tenkai Chaozu?
yeah, and we'll just meet there.
Okay. So Android kind of looks up and he's like, and then he looks around and he's like, oh fuck, I gotta go find this guy. And he kind of looks down at Otis. And he's like,
Otis at this time is like, you're not looking down at him, you're kind of
I
looking
don't
at
think
him.
Otis even knows that you're there.
He's a little bit higher than you, and he's like in a tree now, swinging from it. Like he's got his arm, like he's hanging from the tree with his hands, and he's just kind of swinging from it.
Yes,
Oh.
big tree.
I'm like, fuck. I'm like, can I get back to you on that one, you Quill?
Yeah, not a problem. We'll finish
Let
up
me
here.
figure out
and,
what to do with the fucking flea.
You could put him in the sack.
Nah, that seems to be a bad idea.
To be fair.
I mean,
yeah.
as much as I want to, that seems to be, that proves to be a bad idea.
Fair enough. All right, yeah. Let me fucking finish this. Oh, so many questions, answers, and okay, yeah. Get back to me. So much easier when I just punch things.
Android out, and he just claps it shut like a flip phone, even though it's a ring on his finger. He
Flips his hand closed.
Yeah, Otis is going to move from the tree to the koi pond.
You moved from the tree to the koi pond. Is that what you just said?
It is indeed.
Otis, as you're moving to the koi pond, I'm gonna need you to roll me a D100.
Oh no.
Looked around.
He knows what's going on. Oh my gosh. Let's see.
Never good when the DM says that.
Okay, so so you rolled a 23, so that's pretty decent, right? You feel your magic begin to want to act pretty wildly, but because you had no intention of casting anything in the first place, you're able to control that. You just kind of, you know, but it's like a moment of clarity for you. Suddenly you're dead sober and you're just looking at your hands and they're shaking uncontrollably, and your body begins to shake and hurt once more. And you're just, I mean, like, it is a noticeable shake. Like, Android can see it without a question of a doubt. You're just shaking, and your armor is clanging against your body. You're just, you sound like a rock inside of a can. And you hit your knees, and you just begin to weep uncontrollably again as your body just racks itself with pain. And you double over in the fetal position, just crying as your body is shaking uncontrollably. But you did not cast any magic.
Oh fuck.
That's good, at least.
Yeah. I've decided when you don't have a spell in mind to cast, this is what's gonna happen. You know what I mean? Yeah. Android, you're watching him just go through this all of a sudden. What do you do?
I guess I'm gonna pull him out of the water.
But he didn't go into the water. He
didn't go into.
was,
Oh, I thought
it was on his
like
way
he
there.
flopped down and-
He was walking down the path to it, and then all of a sudden this started happening to him. He's just laying there in the rain, just shaking uncontrollably, like just crying. And he's, like I said, he's dead sober now.
Yeah, I thought that it was that he fell over into the water and when it happened. Okay. I guess I'm gonna watch him and just kind of scratch my head awkwardly for a second, and after a minute, I'm gonna be like, "You okay, bud? Can I get you anything? Some snacks? A condom? Let me know."
Solar, who's been watching this perched up high, comes like floating down, and he lands near Otis, and he just kind of watches him too, and he looks over at you, Android, and he says, this is a sickness. It's of the 9 hells. His body and soul have been detached for so long that they're actually fighting one another. His soul was in a place of purity while his body is corrupt now, and it's almost like his body's rejecting his soul like it's a foreign entity. He goes, don't just stare at him like he's Demogorgon's dick. Get him. Pick him up.
Android's like, "Sorry, man. I wasn't trying to be freaking insensitive." And he, scoops Otis up and he's like, "You okay, man?"
I'm assuming that I'm still going through it. Like, I'm not going to be able to answer you.
Yeah, he's
Fair
just
enough.
sobbing uncontrollably. He's like,
Android just kind of, I'm going to say that Android kind of helps him inside, and he kind of sits him down, and it's almost like Android sits him down in his lap, and he hugs around the back of him and just sits his chin on his head, and he's like, "It's okay, bud. It's okay. I know. I get it. Me too."
He's like,
You
"Me
know.
too."
He's just like, me too. I don't know what to say, but me too, man. And he just kind of, pats on him and hugs him.
Solar is just like walking kind of sheepishly now, and he like perches himself up on the table that the boss was sitting on. And his head is kind of low, and he goes, "I didn't mean to yell at you, Android. I'm sorry."
It's okay.
He goes,
Sorry
"I know."
for snapping.
He's like, "Well, I know because of your experience that your capacity for compassion may be somewhat damaged. So I just felt the need to remind you of who you are." And when he says that, he looks over at you with his head kind of cocked to the side. Just his eyes are just burning into yours. He says,
Fair enough.
He says that savagery that you once had. You remember the dreams? He says that threatens you once more. For all the progress you've made. Well, I don't want to think about it. He's like, just remember who you are. And then you hear the ring say, "Or I will kill you." No, I'm just kidding.
Hell yeah.
But you do see Solar look at the ring that you gave him and just tuck it away in his feathers.
Nice.
Yes. So going back to Uquill and Zoltan now. Uquill, you were suddenly just cut off from the conversation you were having with Android. You heard Android say, "Oh, F," and then just the conversation ended. And you hear the voice, the divine line say, "Due to complications with Otis Hirokin, Android had to let you go suddenly. Good day." And the light leaves the ring. You happen to notice that the crone is staring at your finger with the ring on it. She's just like staring at it intently, and then she looks up at you, and then just acts like she was paying attention to what Daime and Zoltan were talking about the entire time.
Yeah, Yukwil just looks at her and chuckles and then shakes his head like, no.
Brain split. Brain split.
Don't you worry about it, broad. No. Yeah. So Zoltan and Daime, Daime is sitting there, and she's just been at this point, Zoltan, she's just kind of telling you the history of your house and where your house is at now. And yeah, basically once upon a time the Kaspari were on the path to becoming a major house within the Drow society. But then after your mother got caught with Silas, Silas took off at your mother's behest, and then your mother was executed as punishment for what your mother did. As punishment to her household, they were given the name now Kaspari Heisenberg. So technically, even though you call yourself Zoltan Heisenberg, your Drow name is Zoltan Kaspari, which you don't have to change it. It's just that you now know what your mother's last name was originally. And she tells you that the Kaspari Heisenbergs have managed to weather that storm, even though there is a stigma on your house now. But again, one of your cousins is captain of the Drow Defenders, which you know the Drow Defenders to be like sort of like a city guard, as it were. You know what I mean? They're not a huge deal, but they are the city guard of the Drow, you know? they're not the elite, but they are. But it's impressive that despite what is taking place with your family, your cousin is the captain of the Defenders. She's like, so if we can find a way to knock Loth out of her position of power, then we can definitely become the major house of the Drow again. She's like, I promised your mother a long time ago that I would find, or I promised your aunt a long time ago, and your mother, that I would take care of you. And when you ran away, well, I had no choice but to leave also, but I had no idea that you had gone so far west. I thought you were here in Pengshun. I've been waiting to accidentally bump into you. She's like, it is more than fate that we would meet. She's like, it was supposed to happen this way, I think. She says, but regardless, you're going to have to find out what that hourglass does, because and perhaps have an audience with this avatar of Pale Knights. And she looks over at you, Quill. Have an audience with this avatar of Pale Knights, so you all can make allies with her. She's like, that is the second time you've laughed at me for suggesting this. What is going on exactly?
Again, we may or may not have done things to allow her that. It's not that we wanted it. I wouldn't say mortal enemies is too strong. We're not fans of one another. And he kind of cocks his head. He's like, well, our interaction was interesting, to say the least.
The crone chimes in. You guys just make friends with people everywhere you go, don't you?
Quill smiles. He's like, I'll have you know there is a batch of orcs who are actually fond of us. And kind of scoffs at her. like,
the crone just kind of shrugs and goes, I don't know what an orc is. She goes, it doesn't sound pleasant either. That is not a pleasant word, orc.
They're usually not. You don't know an orc, but you know a drow.
She says, well, we don't have orc in these lands. She goes, how would I know what an orc is if I've never seen one?
Huh. Curious. That makes a little sense.
She goes,
Fair
yeah,
enough.
It's like, have you ever heard of a Tsuno?
Has he?
No.
Okay. Like I say,
you have.
They're technically neighbors, so I didn't know maybe one trickled over. Who knew?
No, not these things.
Yeah. Okay.
She goes,
He's like, can't say I have.
She goes, the Tsuno, the Bajang, the Shinigami, the Tengu. She goes, we have things here that you don't have. She says, and she goes, and I'm just talking about the Buzuko no Nai, the tribeless, as you would word it.
Equal's like, fair. The orcs, he tries to remember where he's at. He's like, in the West, they're a common problem. I don't know what their equivalent would be in these lands, but they're typically not the nicest bunch to deal with, and the only reason we have a contingent that, dare I say, like us, is because we may or may not have helped them over a dispute where, for once, they actually weren't necessarily in the wrong. And he kind of sighs. He's like,
She says,
Granted,
ah,
one of their tribe leaders does want to kill me with all the passion of the Nine Hills. That goes without saying.
she says, that sounds like our Oni.
Awesome. He's like, we've made friends and enemies of. He thinks he's like. He looks at Zoltan. He's like, the ones that we talk to in the underworld, they're half. So I guess we have some. What would we consider them allies now? He's kind of looking at Zoltan like, I don't know how they regarded us when we left. She did. And he just kind of smiles at him.
I'm just gonna call them acquaintances at that point.
So we have acquaintances.
Are you talking about the drow?
Yeah, the half drow. Yeah.
With that, Daime says, you made acquaintances with drow.
Were they full blooded or half? He looks at Zoltan. He's like, I can't really tell.
I don't know. I don't know. What's the sister of Yoshi? I thought he was full blood.
The brother?
Yeah, the brother.
No, I thought was the brother full or half? I thought he was half.
Are you guys asking me, or are you just discussing it amongst each other and trying to work it
Both.
out?
Both. Because I can't remember. I know the girl that he got fucked up with was half.
Yeah, she was.
And I believe it was a house of drow though.
She says, oh, a man. She says,
Yes.
a male drow who ran a house. She said, you're talking about Lord Vara.
Oh, yep.
Yeah. I don't know if he was happy. Was he happy when we left?
She's like, yes, he is the bastard of Loth's ex-lover, Corlon Lorethian. Everybody knows that story.
Hold on, that's a G, bro.
She says, yes, well, his name is... speaking that name is like using a curse amongst the drow. He is not looked upon favorably by Loth, and so he's not looked upon favorably in drow society, except for Lord Varan, who is
What was homegirl's name that he hooked up with?
Oh,
I can't remember her name.
I think her name was Shailin, if I remember correctly.
I think so.
I can tell you, her name was Shailin.
He's like, yeah, Shailin kind of filled me in on that.
She just kind of shakes her head like, I don't know who that is.
Again, I didn't think you did. We talked. The culture, much as of here, is foreign to me. So some of the customs. So yes, when we mention Corlon, of course, he looks at her and he's like, he's more accustomed with the ways here. He kind of bows to her. He's like, no disrespect meant. When I mentioned Corlon in high praise, she told me to please keep it down because not everybody, even though they weren't followers of Loth anymore, it was still kind of a touchy subject.
She says, well, yes. Lord Varan is, he takes the name. They won't allow him to call his house Lorethian, but that is his last name. Varan Lorethian. He has conceded to just call his house Varan, but from what I understand, he is half, kind of like, and she nods to you, Zoltan. She says, although he's not half human per se, he's just half drow, half high elf. And
magic.
He is the only male drow in all of drow society who has the juice, as it were, to be able to have his own house. And the Varan Stalker, Lord Valrun doesn't run his house like the rest of the Drows do. He's never vying for control as much as he just runs the streets of Drow society. The streets are his house, as it were. If you want information, you go to Lord Valrun. You know, he's the one, as it were.
Equal kind of like scratches his beard, or not his beard, but his, you know, like goatee and mustache. He's like, oh.
She's not even Law questions his rule, really, but some think that's not because he's more powerful than she is. Some just think that's because, well, she's his mother and he's a bratty child. Regardless, that bratty child has taught many a house a lesson on what happens when you get on the wrong side of House Valrun.
Yeah, I can see it.
She says again, the Valrun stalker are not ones to be trifled with.
They seem like all right folk, I guess. Or he looks at both of them. He's like, no offense for Drow.
She says, oddly enough, if I may ask, why are you acquaintances with Lord Valrun of all people in Drow society?
Yuko looks at Zoltan.
She says, look, you can tell me. I have no love for the Drow. I am not going to run off and tell them our goings-ons. I'm just as much of an exile as he is. And she motions to Zoltan again as if he's not even there.
Yuko kind of chuckles. He's like, look, I'll be 100%. I'm not the diplomat of our party. While we were there, kind of escapes me. It was fun. I remember that much. He's like, we had fun, didn't we? I had fun. Did you have fun? Where did you go when I lost my armor, by the way?
I was in the shop getting stuff for alchemy with...
Seemed like a nice enough place, though, right? We were there for... What were we supposed to do there? I got drunk and lost my armor.
We were running an errand for him, and we messed it up greatly by running into the people that stole the mushroom guy.
But how would you even meet Lord Valrun to run an errand for him?
He kind of looks at her and he's like, huh. You know, that's a question for Android. I just follow most of the time. Was it something to do with and like he kind of knows, but he can't remember, he can't put it all together. Because it's Yuko. Like,
yeah,
he's that type of person. It's like he forgets sometimes the nuances and just remembers the fun he's having now because he's sober more often. And he's like, yeah, it was kind of cool. Oh, what the fuck? He looks at Zoltan. He's like, you're new to us. Have you noticed we do that a lot? We go to do something and we do some other shit like here.
Yeah. You know, the main reason why we are here is because of the big mess up that I did.
Oh, fuck! It's like that, too. He's like, you know, we've got to tell you something. You know what? Another time. And then he sits back contemplating his conversation with Nani and all that shit, and like all the people he's got to go find here, and he's like, fuck, we keep digging holes. But that's really not good. He just looks at both. He looks at both of the girls, and he's like, he cocks his head and like, he gets that distant gaze, you know what I mean? And then like, again, he just defaults to Draconic. He's like, oh, we might be in fucking trouble. And then he gets the little shiver as he remembers the name, and he's like, don't want to deal with this today. He's like, so yes, while we were there, it was we did.
You know, with all this going on, Daime looks over at the crone, and the crone just kind of looks at her and raises an eyebrow, and she looks back at Zoltan, back at Yuko, back to Zoltan, and she's just like, our house is so doomed.
Yuquil laughs and slaps Zoltan on the back, and he's like, you know what? I don't know him that well. You know, I really don't know you that well. You're kind of handy, though. He's like, except for trying to kill us. Anyways, he's an all right. He looks at him again. He's like, yeah. Double takes. Yeah, he's all right enough. You'll be fine. Ish. Maybe.
Yeah, after
He,
all.
he looks at her and he's like, kill Loth? Oh, him?
Yeah, Daime she just goes, yeah, perhaps. Perhaps, or perhaps not. And with that,
Yuquil kind of,
huh?
well, Yuquil looks at Zoltan. He's like, huh? You know, I've got. And he ponders on it for a second. He's like, let me fuck around and find out, and you may get my aid in that. And he like his expression goes really grim because you know he still has his task at hand, and there are some heads that he wants. Not afraid of putting another one on there.
Zoltan, I will sway you with offering you to keep her head.
Fair. Yuquil just sits back and he's like, yes, there are some gods that do need to die, and like he's like he goes from his chipper mono, you know what I mean, to like just straight monotone, like almost invoking his aura without thinking about it. You know what I mean? Not necessarily just to intimidate. It's just like to give the extra presence. He's like, yes, some of these gods. And then he kind of shakes himself free and he's like, yeah, there's a chance. There's a strong chance.
The crone just looks and says, you're in the business of killing gods, are you? She says, well, perhaps I can help you with that. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
This motherfucker.
Yeah. Yeah, it's already like 11:35.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. This is just a comfortable place to end it. For next week.
In the middle of our conversation.
Well, yeah. Yes.
It's the only time Yuquil ever has dialogue. Normally he never does.
Well, I wouldn't say that he I wouldn't say that he doesn't ever get to have conversation.
He rarely takes it. Usually goes down one road. But they have mentioned things that have struck chords with him that he's already worried about.
I just think it's a good place to end it for now. We got Agaragis, who is speaking with Dodd. We have Android, who is helping Otis. We have Zoltan and Yuquil, who are speaking with Crone and Daime. And then you guys are going to all meet back up and go and speak with the Shogun, Tenkai Sao Zhu. So I think that's a good place to end it, and we will pick that all up on next session.
The next episode?
Yep, on the next episode. Well, let's do this outro then, folks. I want to thank all you Golden Wonders out there who listened to tonight's episode. We really appreciate it. We do our best, you know. We're not professionals, but I think it's interesting, and I know there's a lot of you out there who do. So I want to say how much I appreciate you returning listeners and viewers if you like static imagery.
I mean, you could always start using the if you're recording the feed, I'll start Vanna whiting my hands for them because they'll love to see you.
Yeah. No, I got stuff that I use, but I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Vanna.
But yeah.
Gameplay.
With that said, though, I want to thank them old school gamers, Dragons, Icy, Cassid, Tempest, and Android. You guys, man, every session is just gold. Every session is just gold. I couldn't ask for a better group, I swear. Especially since you guys put up with me as much as you do. That right there is worth, the price of admission. Having to put up with me, I tell you what. I know that's not easy. Thank you to all you Golden Wonders out there, and I love y'all. To them old school gamers, I love y'all, and y'all come back now. Stay golden. Say goodnight, everybody.
Drink some water.